After nearly 20 years of dominance, the Godzilla franchise was running on fumes. The Showa era ended quietly, with box office decline and a clear pivot to younger viewers. Godzilla vanished from Japanese theaters but found new life in the US American networks, eager for content and capitalizing on Saturday morning cartoons, which saw value in licensing the character. Hanna-Barbera secured the rights and turned Godzilla into a kid-friendly animated series. The show emerged during a shift in children's programming, with growing concern over media violence. The FCC pressured networks to soften their content. This shaped how Godzilla could be portrayed in the cartoon. He could breathe fire and fight monsters, but not destroy cities or endanger civilians. Every action had to be justified. The result was a neutered version of the character, reactive, restrained, and predictable. Toei handled the animation for Season 1, adding some visual texture missing from most Hanna-Barbera productions. The motion was stiff and the designs were flat, but the monster work occasionally showed a clear Japanese influence. The contrast between that aesthetic and the show's American framework gave it an odd, sometimes compelling look. It felt like it was caught between two worlds, but never fully embraced either. The voice cast reflected the style of the time.
Come on, Godzilla! You can take him!
Ted Cassidy, who played Lurch from the Addams Family, provided Godzilla's vocal effects. Jeff David and Hilly Hicks voiced the human crew with the broad delivery common in 70s cartoons.
I've been sailing since I was a boy, and this is the first time I've ever felt seasick.
I'm getting a strange reading, Captain Majors.
For many American kids, this was their introduction to Godzilla, a towering hero who was summoned by humans, accompanied by a talking dragon called Godzuki, while battling various monsters, and then disappearing until next week. Godzilla! 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 The show never connected itself to the films. It offered no backstory for who Godzilla really is, and it rarely aimed higher than basic entertainment, but it kept the character visible and relevant in the US. This is the version of Godzilla that lived on TV screens between theatrical runs. It didn't expand the mythology or build on the films, but its purpose was pretty simple. Just fill a programming slot and keep the name alive for a new audience. Each episode of the Hanna-Barbera series follows a very strict, formula-driven structure, and unfortunately, the show's greatest flaw is its absolute commitment to that very routine. Nearly every episode unfolds the exact same way. The Calico crew reaches a new location, encounters an unusual phenomenon, and is attacked by a monster. After a few scenes of exposition and scrambling, Godzilla is summoned to resolve the conflict. The fight is brief, the monster is defeated, and the crew sails away as if nothing happened. This repetition ultimately drains the show of any momentum. There's never any build-up or payoff, there's no evolving stakes, and there's no sense that anything matters beyond the next episode. The format feels engineered for syndication and nothing more. Every outcome is predetermined, and that sense of tension that defines Godzilla's best stories is nowhere to be found. In the show, nothing carries over from one episode to the next. The story always resets. And I get it, that's the point, but still, that's a big problem that I have with it. Godzilla's role within this structure is equally mechanical. He never really investigates or just reacts to anything. He doesn't even seem aware of events until he's just summoned by the humans. Once he does appear, he performs his function, which is defeat the monster, roar, and then leave. The creature that once symbolized uncontrollable natural forces becomes a controlled solution. And to me, that shift erases the core of what really makes Godzilla a compelling character. Without any agency or consequence, he becomes nothing more than a background element in his own series, a tool rather than a character.
Go get him, Godzilla!
The inclusion, too, of Godzuki just compounds the show's problems. He's framed as being Godzilla's nephew, and he serves as comedic relief and a link for the younger audiences, but his presence just constantly undercuts any moments of tension or drama. Every attempt to introduce danger or suspense is disrupted by slapstick antics or shrill cries for help. I understand why he exists. Saturday morning cartoons were built on mascots like this, but his presence deflates any possible tension that the story might have carried.
Come on, Godzuki, up! Up in the air!
He is the Scrappy-Doo of this series.
I'm not afraid. Let me get him. Let me get him.
In my opinion, I think this choice just reveals how far the series drifts from the cinematic roots of the Toho films. Godzuki isn't there to deepen the mythology or to expand the narrative. He's there to make the show feel safe for the kiddies, and once the tone becomes safe, the show loses any sense of scale. Godzilla no longer feels like a towering force of nature, he's just a guest star on someone else's adventure.
Tell him, Zuki!
The monster designs reflect the same lack of ambition. Most are forgettable, with them just being oversized insects, amorphous blobs, or lizard-like creatures with no distinct identity. They appear, they serve the narrative function, and then they disappear without leaving an impression. There's no creativity or thematic purpose, or really any sense of spectacle. It often feels like the designs were churned out to meet a production quota, rather than to actually excite the animation in the viewers, or even the creators. There are some rare exceptions though, like Firebird with its mythic influence, and it has this really striking silhouette that carries genuine presence. The Golden Guardian is slow and ancient, and it feels deliberately crafted rather than being hastily assembled. These monsters stand out because they hint at a version of the show that could have existed, one with intention, artistry, and a willingness to engage with actual ideas. They prove that the limitations of the series were not inherent to the format. They were the result of choices made by executives. Occasionally, the show gestures towards larger ideas like environmental destruction, lost civilizations, or forgotten technology, but these threads never develop into anything meaningful. They exist to justify a monster's existence and then are discarded as soon as that battle ends. That approach ultimately leaves the series hollow. Science fiction is used as set dressing as opposed to a vehicle for questions or commentary. It feels like the writers knew the genre's vocabulary but had no interest in its grammar because it's a show meant for kids, so who cares, right? At the end of the day, though, it was that mindset that led to the show being a success. Despite its countless flaws, the show played a significant role in keeping Godzilla present in American pop culture. For many children in the late 1970s and early 80s, this was their first encounter with the character. You gotta remember, the internet wasn't a thing back then, so access to the original films was very limited or downright impossible, and home video was still in its infancy. Hell, this was the case for Godzilla fans until fairly recently, with certain movies only being available on VHS until around 10 years ago. Going back almost 50 years, for a generation that grew up watching Saturday morning television, this was their Godzilla. He wasn't really a metaphor for nuclear trauma, but a familiar hero who showed up, fought a monster, and then disappeared before lunchtime. This mattered because the franchise was dormant in Japan. After Terror of MechaGodzilla in 1975, Toho put Godzilla on ice for almost a decade, and Hanna-Barbera's version filled that vacuum and ensured the name didn't vanish from public consciousness and fade into total obscurity. However compromised the portrayal, it kept the brand visible, and it gave it staying power in a market that might have otherwise forgotten it. Even today, the series is remembered. It's sometimes mocked, sometimes affectionately so, in fan discussions, parodies, and nostalgic retrospectives like the one you're watching right now. And that's why I'm still trying my best to not completely disrespect this show, because it did a lot for Godzilla as a brand. Sure, I could go on and on about how Toho has absolutely no idea how to market Godzilla outside of Japan, but this show created a ton of fans, and it's hard to outright hate something that lifted up a franchise during one of its darkest eras. Keeping all of that in mind, though, from my perspective, the series doesn't hold up whatsoever in the 2020s, and it hardly even justifies its own existence nowadays. With a plethora of Godzilla media available to you, Actively seeking the show out to get your Godzilla fix is like an alcoholic chugging hand sanitizer to get their fix. Unless you grew up watching it and you want to revisit the good old days, this show is just not worth your time. The animation is stiff, the writing is shallow, and the tone is so watered down and neutered that nothing ever leaves a mark. It's difficult to even discuss it as part of the greater Godzilla franchise without adding a metric fuckton of disclaimers. Even the weakest Showa-era films have a pulse. Even the more kid-friendly ones actually aim for something, however clumsily, and their creators actually tried to stretch their limitations and tell a story. This cartoon gives no indication that anyone tried. It feels like a product assembled to meet a deadline and slap a recognizable name on a time slot. If you replaced Godzilla with Gamera or King Kong or any other monster, nothing would change with this show. And to me, that speaks volumes about how disconnected it is from the spirit of the source material. The best comparison I can make is that this is basically the equivalence of DC's Super Friends.
In the great hall of the Justice League, there are assembled the world's 4 greatest heroes.
That show reduced iconic characters to functional templates, where Superman just saves people, Batman uses gadgets, Aquaman talks to fish. It works because the brand was strong enough to coast. It doesn't hold up today by any means. There are much better stories in both film and TV surrounding these characters, but the show introduced these characters to so many kids in the US, and it ultimately turned them into lifelong fans as a result. Does it hold up? No. Is it the best Superman story you could ever get? Absolutely not. Go watch the Christopher Reeve movies or the latest James Gunn movie. Is it the best Batman story ever? No. Go watch The Batman or The Dark Knight. Is it the best Wonder Woman story? Maybe?
Max Lord, you're putting yourself and everyone else in grave danger. I need you to give me the stone.
I don't know, you kind of some slim pickings nowadays. I really hope they do something with Wonder Woman. But regardless, getting back to Godzilla, the cartoon from Hanna-Barbera ultimately follows the same logic as Super Friends, where it sacrifices personality and meaning for familiarity and marketability. It's not unwatchable. It isn't downright painful. I mean, if you have to binge it, it kind of is, because it's just the same episode over and over again. But at the end of the day, it doesn't have anything to say. Nonetheless, though, it's still a chapter that explains how Godzilla survived almost 10 whole years without any theatrical feature-length films and stayed lodged in the American imagination for decades to come. By the mid-1970s, Toho had shelved Godzilla completely. Terror of MechaGodzilla bombed, and the studio spent the next few years chasing a Japanese Star Wars ripoff, with little to show for it. Going into the 80s, producer Tomoyuki Tanaka never stopped pushing for a revival, though. He saw Alien and Superman hit big, and he wanted to bring Godzilla back as a serious, high-budget film that spoke to Cold War fears. Through the late 70s and early 80s, project after project fizzled out. Scripts were too expensive, Toho was still wary from their kaiju debts, and ambitious pitches like the 1980 Bakken project got scrapped. But by 1983, Toho was desperate. Their holiday releases tanked. Nostalgia for tokusatsu was slowly coming back, and a Godzilla Revival Festival had sold out. Toho finally formed the Godzilla Resurrection Committee, with Tanaka and exec Mitsuo Horiuchi in charge. They fast-tracked a new film for the end of 1984, and in June, the revival was official, titled The Return of Godzilla. Tanaka wanted Ishiro Honda back in the director's chair, but Honda refused. Honestly, that was the right call. You see, Honda was working with director Akira Kurosawa on the Shakespearean samurai masterpiece that is Ran. I want to cover that movie on my channel so bad because it is so fucking good. However, despite the fact that he was already occupied with helping Kurosawa, Ishiro Honda was openly unhappy with how Godzilla had been handled in the 1970s. So much so, he actually retired from filmmaking altogether after making Terror of MechaGodzilla in 1975. It wasn't until 4 years later when Kurosawa persuaded Honda to return to filmmaking. So, it was pretty clear that the last thing Ishiro Honda ever wanted to do was make another Godzilla movie, which is completely understandable considering the work that he was doing with Kurosawa. Seriously, that run is just incredible. So, Tomoyuki Tanaka turned to a younger filmmaker, Koji Hashimoto, who had worked as Honda's assistant director. Under Hashimoto, the film was shaped into a direct sequel to the 1954 original, wiping away all the campy sequels. For Tanaka, this was personal. Colleagues described the film as his passion project, something that he poured his entire soul into. He even took a story credit because many of the ideas came directly from him during script meetings with screenwriter Shuichi Nagahara. At this point in time in Japanese and world history, the Cold War was in full swing, and Tanaka insisted it had to be a part of the story. Godzilla triggering a nuclear standoff between the United States and the Soviet Union was exactly the kind of tension that he wanted to put on screen. But Hashimoto and Nagahara pushed back, saying it didn't suit a Godzilla movie, but Tanaka forced it through. In his mind, Godzilla came from the bomb and had to stay tied to nuclear terror. Public fear of nukes in Japan had died down by the 1980s. Atomic energy was being promoted as peaceful use, but Tanaka just didn't care. That's why there's a scene of Godzilla tearing into a nuclear power plant and feeding on its reactor. It kept the allegory alive. At the same time, the filmmakers downplayed Godzilla's origin in dialogue and leaned into portraying him as more of an unstoppable animal. He's neither a savior nor a villain here. He's a natural disaster given form. Toho gave the film a hefty budget, about 1.7 billion yen, or about $6 to $7 million. This made it one of the most expensive Japanese productions at the time. They wanted this to feel like an event movie, and they brought back some of the old guard to make it happen. Effects director Teruyushi Nakano, a protege of Eiji Tsuburaya, returned one last time. He wanted to push the effects forward and give Godzilla a sense of power that the 70s films had lost. Ghidorah and Gigan suit actor Kenpachiro Satsuma returned as Godzilla and was told to base his movements on no theater, sliding his feet with deliberate control. Nakano compared it to Michael Jackson's Moonwalk, where it's smooth, precise, and elegant. It gave Godzilla a slow, heavy presence that felt far removed from the clumsy stumbling of earlier entries. No disrespect towards Haru Nakajima, of course. The suit itself was brutal, unsurprisingly. It was built over a metal frame and layers of latex and rubber, which made it incredibly heavy and suffocating. Satsuma had played monsters before, but this one was especially punishing. It wasn't even tailored to his body, which meant he was constantly fighting against the frame. He lost a ton of weight during filming from heat exhaustion and oxygen loss. The production even had to rework the suit mid-shoot when Nakano realized it couldn't crouch down to grab a bullet train. The crew panicked, Nakano reportedly threw the script in frustration, and eventually they cut the suit to allow a little more flexibility. Looking back, one of the effects technicians joked that they should have just had Godzilla kick the train, which honestly would have ruled. On top of that, Toho built a giant animatronic upper body called the Saibot. It was 22 feet tall. It cost nearly $500,000 to make and was meant to give Godzilla realistic close-ups with moving eyes and snarling lips. But the Saibot barely worked. It was clumsy and limited, so Nakano only used it for a few shots, like Godzilla's reveal at the power plant. The rest of the time, it was back to Satsuma in the suit. Still, Toho milked that robot for publicity, touring it across Japan as a marketing stunt. A life-sized Godzilla foot that was built for stomping cars and tanks was far more effective on film, but the Saibot was the one that got all the press. The Return of Godzilla opened on December 15th, 1984, marking the franchise's 30th anniversary. It sold 3.2 million tickets and made around $14 million in Japan. It wasn't a Hollywood-sized hit, but for Toho, it was a comeback. Critics praised the darker tone and the anti-nuclear edge, and it even won the Japan Academy Award for special effects. Some viewers thought that the Cold War politics dragged, others thought the human drama was slow, but none of that mattered because Godzilla was back. The movie set the tone for what became a new era for the King of the Monsters, with bigger budgets, continuity-driven stories, and a Godzilla that once again carried menace and scale. This is The Return of Godzilla. A volcanic eruption awakens a new Godzilla, who soon attacks a nuclear plant, feeding on its energy. Reporter Goro Maki discovers the creature's return after surviving an attack by a giant sea lice dubbed Shakiris. As Godzilla heads towards Tokyo, Japan deploys the Super X, a high-flying fortress, to stop him. A Soviet satellite mistakenly launches a nuclear missile, but it's intercepted midair, and its detonation revives Godzilla, who destroys the Super X in a brutal rampage. Scientists end up using a bird-mimicking signal to lure Godzilla to Mount Mihara. There, Godzilla is trapped in a controlled volcanic eruption, sealing him beneath the earth, at least for now. Right off the bat, the Return of Godzilla immediately feels apocalyptic. The opening credits inside a volcano set the stage with a hellish tone, and the music reinforces the sense that Toho was serious about taking the series back to darker territory. This is a horror movie first and foremost. The film constantly pushes that angle, and it works because the commitment is obvious in scene after scene. The introduction of Goro Maki as he goes onto the wrecked ship is the best example. The neon purples and greens and teals give the setting a John Carpenter vibe that feels ripped straight out of the 80s. You could even say it has a giallo horror vibe as well, with it feeling somewhat like 1971's The Case of the Scorpion's Tail. When Maki finds the bodies of the crew, the camera lingers long enough to make it disturbing. The corpses are grotesque, and the franchise hadn't really shown anything that graphic before. That willingness to lean into horror makes the opening hit harder than most of the previous films combined. But Shakiris kills the momentum of the sequence. The idea of a parasitic sea lice living off Godzilla and scavenging from shipwrecks is awesome. It's the kind of monster concept that could have been folded into the series in interesting ways. But the way it's handled here is so clumsy. Shots of it crawling on the floor are really good, but the effect of it dropping from the ceiling on visible wires destroys the tension. The creature comes off as being a relic from a cheap B-movie by Ed Wood than a serious threat for a 1980s horror movie. It's just so frustrating because the setup of the scene is really strong, but the execution is undercut by one bad effect that pulls the audience out of the atmosphere that was established for the past 10 minutes. But the movie does get back on track once Godzilla finally appears. His return is incredible. The simple setup of a ship in a storm at night is all you need. It nails the mood, and it works because the movie acknowledges the events of 1954 rather than just pretending like they never happened. This isn't a reboot or a retelling, it's a continuation, and that choice really gives Godzilla's return some presence. The film still spends time with characters just standing in rooms, talking through exposition, and those stretches can drag. There are moments where the dialogue feels like it's just filling space rather than pushing the story forward. There are moments where the dialogue feels like it's just filling space as opposed to telling a story and pushing said story forward. Even so, the choice to keep the continuity intact from this being a direct sequel adds to the sense of history surrounding Godzilla's reappearance. The human cast really keeps the story grounded. Performances are strong across the board with nobody feeling out of place. Ken Tanaka as Goro Maki stands out to me as being the best here. This would be his only appearance in a Godzilla film, and he makes the most of it. Maki's urgency drives the story forward, and his need for answers lines up with the audience's own curiosity. You want to see it just as much as he does. Tanaka gives the character enough presence to make him feel memorable, and that helps carry the film even through its heavier, more sluggish dialogue sections. The consistency of the cast as a whole supports the darker tone and makes this one of the strongest human ensembles in the series, even if the writing isn't really all there. What I really like about The Return of Godzilla is how much it feels like the 1980s. The movie is full of details that pin it down to that exact era, which, I get it, no shit, it was released in 1984, but the clothes, the cars, the architecture, the bulky computers, it's a perfect screenshot of Japan at that point in time, I would assume. Some people might look back at that and call it dated, but I think it's the opposite. It feels authentic, and in 2025, it lines up with the obsession people already have for that 1980s Japanese aesthetic. I'm honestly surprised it hasn't been mined for vaporwave edits or turned into TikTok clips, because Even outside of the monster story, it looks incredible. The shot of Goro Maki standing against the skyscrapers at night is one of those moments that feels like it could hang on a wall as a photograph. This is a movie that looks good on its own terms. The production also feels larger than what the series had been doing. This looks and moves and feels like a real blockbuster, and that comes down to how much was invested into it. You can see it in the effects, in the city sets, and how polished the human storyline is. The director clearly had a plan for how he wanted the movie to look, and how he wanted the characters to function inside of it. The human drama works here. It's not really just padding in between monster fights anymore. The scenes actually work because they feed into the larger story and they stay engaged without relying on Godzilla to hold interest. Now, the Cold War subplot weirdly holds everything together while also breaking the movie apart in a lot of ways. Godzilla surfacing in the middle of the nuclear standoff between the United States and the Soviet Union feels like the exact story a film from 1984 should be telling. The fear of nuclear annihilation defined that era, and the way Godzilla stirs up tensions between both sides makes complete sense. When submarines go missing, the Americans blame the Soviets, and the Soviets blame the Americans, all while Godzilla is the real cause. That misdirection is perfect, and it pushes the world closer to war and makes Godzilla feel even more destructive. He isn't only wrecking ships and cities, he's inflaming a global conflict that already had the entire planet on edge. The perspective is what makes it more compelling, though. Most Cold War stories that I'm familiar with come from either an American angle or a Soviet angle, but this one comes from Japan, a country that wasn't really involved. At least they weren't the two big sides. The government in the film isn't really trying to plan a strategy to win a war. They're just trying to stop two superpowers from dragging the world into one. That feels true to Japan's position at the time. They had already lived through nuclear devastation, and the idea of being hit again was a real fear. The story captures that mindset. It's about a country stuck between forces that it can't control, working desperately to avoid becoming the victim of another strike. Godzilla mirrors that situation. He towers over Japan in the same way that the superpowers do. Maybe not their skyscrapers, but figuratively. His actions are unstoppable, and the people on the ground have no influence over what he chooses to do. In this movie, he represents both the United States and the Soviet Union as a destructive force that overshadows everything and decides the fate of those unfortunate enough to be caught beneath him. The parallel makes the story feel tragic. Japan is caught between giants, both political and literal, and survival depends on decisions made far beyond their reach. When Godzilla finally arrives in the story, the payoff works exceptionally well. The miniature work in this film is stunning. As much as I enjoy Terror of MechaGodzilla, this feels like a massive leap forward in what tokusatsu and suitmation could accomplish. The detail in the models are just incredible, and the scale feels so convincing. I love how small Godzilla looks when framed against the skyscrapers. That sense of proportion communicates how much Japan has changed since 1954, just 30 years ago. The nation had grown into a technological powerhouse, and Godzilla now looked like an intruder in a modern city rather than a beast crushing a port town. Keeping most of his appearances at night makes him even more frightening. The shadows, the glowing eyes, and the way he looms over people in the darkness give the film a genuine horror edge. But the suit design is where opinions are split among both hardcore Godzilla fans and general audiences. This version of Godzilla has been mocked plenty, and that criticism is somewhat fair. I think the problem mainly comes from the Cybot, the giant animatronic used for close-ups. The eyes don't really line up, and in too many shots he looks cross-eyed or unfocused, and those moments undercut the menace that the filmmakers were going for. Still, I think the overall design works really well. The fangs are a great addition, and the body shape feels like a natural evolution of the 1954 look. It's sharper and more refined without losing the rough prehistoric feel of the original. Derpy close-ups aside, this is one of the stronger versions of Godzilla in terms of appearance alone. Personally, I love the design. That's just me. I know that a lot of people hate it. I'm somewhere in the middle on it. I think it's really good, but those close-ups just kill it every time. Instead, the bigger problem I have with this movie is its pacing. The film feels like it wants to be two different stories at the same time, likely because the writer and director wanted to just follow Goro Maki, while Tomoyuki Tanaka wanted a Cold War political thriller. And that is what one of these movies feels like. One half of this movie is a Cold War political thriller about the US and the Soviet Union being pushed closer to nuclear war. The other is a character-driven narrative centered on Goro Maki and the Japanese government. Both stories are compelling, and both are executed well enough, but they compete for space. The result is a film that sometimes spins its wheels. Too many scenes repeat the same rhythm of officials debating Godzilla's threat, while tensions between the superpowers climb step by step. The escalation is there, but it doesn't always feel like the story is moving forward. Ultimately, I kind of wish that I got more of the Goro Maki and more of the political stuff in a movie where there's too much of it, if that makes sense. It's like, give me more, but also give me less. Give me more substance and less padding. Despite those issues, the movie has a lot going for it. Like, I don't outright hate this in any way. The acting is very strong, the cinematography is beautiful, and much of the writing holds up. It's a film that proves Godzilla could still be terrifying, while showing how much the series has matured technically since the Showa era. It's not just spectacle without substance. The flaws don't undo that achievement. It's rough at points, but the Return of Godzilla set the tone for a new era and showed that the franchise could be more than spectacle. It could be a serious piece of filmmaking that reflected its time, delivered horror, and re-established Godzilla as a force to be feared. At least, that was the case in Japan. I just spilt water all over me, and I hope it's not visible on camera. That sucks. Shortly after the film's release in the East, Toho wanted to make their money back fast, so they pushed hard to sell The Return of Godzilla overseas. In the US, the rights went to New World Pictures, which was Roger Corman's low-budget studio at the time. Instead of just dubbing the film and releasing it as is, they decided to Americanize it, the same way that the 1954 original had been turned into Godzilla King of the Monsters. Almost 30 years later, history repeated itself and the movie was recut, spliced with new footage, and dumped into American theaters in 1985, under the new title, Godzilla 1985. What audiences got was a very different film in both tone and content. New World brought in producer Tony Randall and director R.J. Kaiser to handle the changes, and they shot about 10 to 15 minutes of new material in the US. The most famous decision was bringing back Raymond Burr as reporter Steve Martin, the same role he had played in the 1956 re-edit. Burr, now older and heavier, was hired for just 2 days of work. He mostly stands in a Pentagon war room, staring at monitors of Godzilla and delivering grim lines about nuclear war. It's really cool seeing Burr in a Godzilla movie again, even if they just refer to him as Mr. Martin because of the actor Steve Martin, but it's ultimately ruined by the other American actors in these scenes. They just can't stop cracking corny one-liners, and the tonal clash with the deadly serious Japanese footage is immediate and distracting. The edits didn't stop there, though. New World's team cut down a lot of dialogue and political material to streamline the movie, and to make it a little bit less pro-Soviet, if you could even say that. Editor Michael Spence later admitted the marching orders were to make the film less about nuclear commentary and more about action for teenage audiences. Whole scenes of debate were trimmed or removed, and the pacing was altered to make the movie feel more like a standard monster spectacle. The most damaging change came in how the Soviets were depicted. In Toho's cut, a Soviet commander aboard a freighter tries to stop a missile launch after Godzilla attacks Tokyo. He fails, dies, and the missile fires by accident. In Godzilla 1985, the scene was altered so it looks like the commander deliberately launches the nuke before dying. A new insert shot of a finger pressing the button was filmed and added in. This change of having it be more deliberate and aggressive rewrote the Soviet character as a villain and cast the Americans as the saviors, since the US is the one that intercepts the missile. It was propaganda, plain and simple, and it stripped away the nuance of the original. Fans have never forgiven it. I mean, obviously, I'm an American, so it's kind of like, hoorah, these colors don't run, fuck the Soviets, but also it's like, You're impeding on the original creative vision of the original film. I don't like that. But also, hoorah. And then there's the Dr. Pepper product placement, which I thought about, by the way, taking all my figures down and putting Dr. Pepper up, but that's too much work for one bit. Fuck you. This product placement in the film has become infamous in its own right. New World struck a deal with the soda company, which already had a promotional partnership with Toho in Japan. Pentagon scenes were staged to feature Dr. Pepper vending machines, and one officer even swigs from a can during a briefing. The soda deal came with a $10 million marketing campaign, complete with ads and merchandise, but the blatant commercialism stuck out like a sore thumb. The movie is remembered less for its message than for its soda machine in the war room. Despite all the changes, Godzilla 1985 flopped. It opened in August 1985 on just 235 screens and pulled in about 4.1 million. The movie quickly vanished and critics tore it apart. Roger Ebert gave it 1 star and said the American editions ruined what had been a somber, interesting film. I think he was right. The Japanese cut had problems of its own, but it at least carried a serious tone. The US version buried that under clumsy edits, bad comedy, and soda product placements. As messy as this version of the movie is, it's still really fun going back now and then and revisiting both Godzilla King of the Monsters and Godzilla 1985 as a double feature of sorts. Raymond Burr does the best with what he's given in both cases, and I just appreciate the ever-living hell out of it. Still, I will say that my preferred version of the film is, unsurprisingly, the Japanese one. Pacing problems aside, it's a very well-made movie that has a lot to say about a country that was overlooked during the Cold War, and it features some phenomenal practical effects. This film marks the beginning of a new era, and we're just getting started. When Godzilla vs. Biollante entered production in 1989, Toho sought to modernize the series after a decade-long hiatus. Producer Tomoyuki Tanaka launched a story contest, receiving over 5,000 submissions. The winning idea from dentist Shinichiro Kobayashi centered on a bioengineered plant kaiju made from Godzilla's cells. Director Kazuki Omori, with a background in biology, developed the screenplay blending genetic engineering with espionage. But production stalled for years after the Return of Godzilla in 1984, and only resumed in mid-1989, leaving less than 6 months before release. Special effects director Koichi Kawakita had minimal prep time, forcing rushed designs and effects work. The massive Biollante prop arrived just weeks before filming wrapped. Despite these constraints, the film's darker tone and focus on biotechnology redefined the franchise. Biollante's design, created by Shinji Nishikawa, merged plant, reptilian, and human traits across 2 forms, a rose-like flower beast and a monstrous plant beast. In the case of Biollante, traditional suitmation was straight up impossible, so the team used a mix of puppetry, animatronics, and rail systems to make the creature move. The final puppet stood 3 meters tall, and it required 20 operators and used 32 piano wires to control its vines. It was one of the most complex builds in Toho history. Meanwhile, Godzilla actor Kenpachiro Satsuma wore a 240-pound suit equipped with animatronic fins, which occasionally shocked him during early tests. With Biollante's vines controlled off-screen, fight scenes demanded careful coordination and rehearsal. Pyrotechnics were practical, and the rose form's fiery destruction could only be filmed once, since they only had 1 rose. So they just burned it for real. Released in December of 1989, the film sold about 2 million tickets and grossed roughly 1 billion yen, which was respectable but below expectations for Toho. Its underperformance led Toho to bring back familiar monsters in later sequels, sacrificing innovation for things that you've seen a million times before. Still, Biollante introduced key ideas like psychic characters and the genetic origins of new kaiju. For many fans, including myself, it weirdly remained elusive for years. It was extremely hard to find on home video, and I really only knew about Biollante due to her appearance in the video game Godzilla Unleashed. I didn't actually watch the movie until years later, around my freshman year of high school. This was long after I already considered myself a hardcore Godzilla fan. At that point, I was buried in artsy-fartsy films and carried the pretentious idea that if a movie wasn't deep or meaningful, it wasn't worth my time. Even so, Godzilla vs. Biollante still grabbed my attention. I loved the direction it took the franchise, and I remember being almost upset that I hadn't seen it sooner. To me, it felt like a smart Godzilla movie, and I set it apart from the others for that very reason. But looking back, I can admit that I was way too far up my own ass with that mindset. The movie is still great, but calling it the smartest in the series is oversimplifying things. What really makes it stand out is its technical innovation and how ambitious it was for its time. And that's what I want to dig into here. So without wasting any more time, this is Godzilla vs. Biollante. In 1984, Godzilla was sealed inside Mount Mothra, but samples of his cells were stolen and used in dangerous experiments. 5 years later, Dr. Shiragami merges those cells with his deceased daughter's DNA and a rose, creating the psychic plant monster Biollante. As Godzilla returns, the Japanese Self-Defense Force deploys new weapons, including the Super X-2 and anti-nuclear energy bacteria. Biollante and Godzilla clash twice, with the ANEB finally weakening Godzilla. Shiragami is killed, and Biollante ascends into space. Godzilla, still alive, retreats to the ocean, leaving Japan in uneasy peace. Godzilla vs. Biollante is one of the strangest and most fascinating entries in the entire series because it's a monster movie built around grief. At the center of it is Dr. Shiragami, a man who refuses to let go of his daughter's death and ends up fusing her DNA with Godzilla cells and a rose. That decision is the act of a man being broken by loss, combined with reckless scientific ambition. It's stuff that you would see in a 1950s B-movie, and I love it. It's taken so seriously here. Biollante becomes a physical embodiment of that pain. She becomes something that should have stayed private, but instead bursts out into the world as a howling, massive creature of destruction. Every time she appears, you're reminded that human grief itself has no clean containment, and once it's given a form like this, it spreads far beyond the one person who started it. It reminds me a lot of Terror of MechaGodzilla, where Katsura Mifune is forced back into life as a cyborg against her will. Her father's obsession with proving his brilliance and siding with the aliens leaves her as a pawn, stripped of choice, trapped in a body that no longer belongs to her. Katsura doesn't want to be a part of this plan, but she's dragged along because her father couldn't let go of his pride. The cruelty of that decision defines her entire existence in the film, and her tragedy is that she never had a say in whether she lived or died. Godzilla vs. Biollante carries that same theme forward in a really compelling way with Shiragami and his daughter Erika. She's gone, but instead of grieving and doing the healthy thing and going to therapy, he binds her DNA to Godzilla cells in a rose, and it honestly has nothing to do with what she would have wanted, and it has everything to do with his inability to accept her loss. Like Katsura, Erika is brought back in a form that she never chose, only this time she doesn't even return as herself. She's an echo of a memory warped into something monstrous. Like how Titanosaurus's roar was a cry for help, Biollante's cries are the sound of her father's grief clawing at the world. The film takes this deeply personal story and then throws it into the wider arena of genetic engineering, bioethics, and espionage. You can feel the late 80s anxiety over cloning, splicing, and the idea of humans playing God with life itself. See, at this point in time in the real world, scientists were experimenting with DNA, animal hybrids, and the early steps towards cloning that would later lead to Dolly the sheep in the 90s. Now, that's an entire rabbit hole that I will not get into right now, but the concept of gene splicing, cloning, and stem cell research was very controversial and very divisive, and it made for the perfect topic to be tackled in a movie like this. In the film, the Japanese government wants to weaponize Godzilla cells. Biomajor wants to control them for corporate gain, and Saradia sees them as the next great equalizer in a world still defined by oil politics. Everyone treats Godzilla's DNA like a commodity, something to be bought, stolen, or militarized. The arrogance is staggering, and the film makes it very clear that no one who tries to control this power can actually handle it, nor do they really deserve it. What I find most interesting is how the movie frames Godzilla himself. In the original films, he was this unstoppable natural disaster, and in the Heisei revival, he carries that same unstoppable gusto, but here, his body is also seen as intellectual property. He's treated like a gold mine for scientists and corporations with little to no autonomy. In my opinion, that shift really tells you a lot about where Japan's anxieties were in 1989. In a way, Godzilla functions as a litmus test. In every movie and every decade and every year that he appears, he sort of represents whatever the Japanese people were afraid of at the time. Nuclear fear hadn't completely vanished, but it was being refracted through new scientific frontiers. Godzilla in this film is still very much a symbol of destruction, but he's also a reminder that every attempt to exploit science for power will eventually backfire. The nuclear age birthed Godzilla, but by 1989, the danger had evolved into that timely and strange ethical gray zone of genetics. The film uses Godzilla to remind us that every attempt to control or exploit him ends in death and failure. He is consequence made of flesh, and Biollante is the perfect counterpoint to that. She's not some conqueror or alien invader from the cosmos, but rather a mistake born of grief. She's a creature that exists because one man thought he could defy death through science. The final image of her spores floating into space doesn't really come off as peaceful to me. A lot of people read it that way, but I see it more as being a warning that grief, corporate greed, and scientific hubris don't just stay where they begin. But the real question is whether Godzilla vs. Biollante actually executes its ideas in a compelling way. A film can have all the creative ambition in the world, but what matters is whether that ambition translates into something you can feel. Biollante manages to do that, even with its brisk pacing. The movie lands its emotional and thematic punches with confidence. It feels like a genuine continuation of The Return of Godzilla, rather than a loosely connected sequel. That's rare for this series. Many Godzilla entries, even the good ones, tend to operate as standalone stories, for better or for worse, connected in tone or character, but rarely in spirit. But Godzilla vs. Biollante is different. It carries forward the moral unease and post-nuclear paranoia of The Return of Godzilla, while layering in new anxieties about genetic engineering and humanity's obsession with control. But the through line between the two is very clear. Both films wrestle with the consequences of human arrogance and the illusion that science can contain something as primal as Godzilla. To me, I think the consistency in tone really helps it feel like a unified world. Return was somber and reflective and almost clinical in its realism, while Biollante keeps that grounded tone but filters it through a stranger, more experimental lens. And the result feels like a hybrid between hard science fiction and gothic tragedy. Even though the directors are different, Koji Hashimoto for Return and Kazuki Amori for Biollante, you can feel the same moral core beating beneath both films. It's that rare case where a change in director doesn't fracture the creative vision. Instead, Amori expands on it. The story itself is far more complex than its predecessor, but that complexity works in its favor. The Return of Godzilla had one job, and that was to re-establish Godzilla as an existential threat. It stripped away the camp and nostalgia, resetting the series for a modern, politically conscious audience. Biollante picks up where that foundation left off and decides to ask, what happens next? It doesn't settle for retreading the same disaster formula, but instead pushes forward into a new kind of horror, one born from human meddling rather than natural consequence. There's a sense of creative freedom here that the previous film couldn't afford. Return had to play things safe to justify the series' revival after nearly a decade of dormancy. Once it proved that audiences were still willing to take Godzilla seriously, Godzilla vs. Biollante became the movie where the filmmakers could experiment. The result is a story that dives headfirst into insane themes while still retaining that grounded seriousness from The Return of Godzilla. It reminds me of Spider-Man 2 in that regard. The first film lays the groundwork, carefully building tone and expectation, while the sequel, freed from the burden of setup, can finally explore the extremes of its world. Godzilla vs. Biollante does exactly that. It takes the foundation of Return and then stretches it in every direction, testing how far the concept of Godzilla can really go. And the result is one of the most inventive and emotionally layered entries in the entire franchise. Godzilla vs. Biollante contains some of the most impressive practical effects that I have ever seen in any movie ever. Every frame looks alive. The monsters don't feel like they're men in suits, but actual creatures that are struggling and breathing and reacting to the world around them. The film's visual identity relies on this heavy, wet aesthetic where everything is rainy and glistening under this harsh light. That detail gives the impression that these monsters exist in a humid, tactile world rather than just a sterile studio space where it's very clear that they're just in a water tank. The Godzilla suit alone represents a major leap forward from the Return of Godzilla. It redefined everything that worked before and gave the creature a truly menacing presence. The eyes, the posture, the bulk, everything about it works so well. This was the first version of Godzilla that fully captured the balance between animal and icon. It's no wonder this design became the visual blueprint for nearly every 90s appearance that followed. You can see its DNA in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, even Destoroyah, and especially the MonsterVerse incarnation decades later. And don't even get me started on how -1 is basically just this design with a lot more detail. When I picture Godzilla in my head, this is the version I think of. It has the perfect silhouette, a design that carries so much personality without relying on exaggerated features. Even more astonishing, though, is the work done to bring Biollante to life. It's almost misleading to call it a suit because it really isn't, it's a puppet, but the engineering behind her creation is just insane. The layers of vines and tendrils and hydraulic systems worked in tandem to simulate organic movement. The creature's massive maw opens like a flower blooming in reverse, revealing rows of teeth and an inner glow that suggests something both alien and divine. Every moment Biollante is on screen feels monumental. You can see the craftsmanship in how the vines twitch independently and how the head movements carry emotional expression without any dialogue needed. The realism of these effects gives Biollante a scale that few other entries in the series have matched, or even tried to match. There's an intimacy to the destruction scenes. Everything feels so heavy that the scale is just tangible. The miniatures, the lighting, the fluid-based effects give the illusion of scale that digital rendering still struggles to replicate. One of the most overlooked aspects of Biollante's design is her rose form. It's easy to focus on her monstrous final state, but that early form might be even more unsettling because it blends tragedy with horror in a way that feels really personal. The idea that this is supposed to be a human merged with Godzilla and plant DNA is just terrifying. Like, that is a human soul trapped within a flower, and it's becoming a monster. It's like something out of a cosmic horror story. There's a sorrow to it that never leaves the frame. You can sense life inside the creature, but it's distorted, wrong, and irreversible. Unfortunately, though, the film never fully leans into that body horror potential, but the concept lingers enough to unsettle you. It's the kind of idea that makes you wish the film had explored it in more detail. How much of Erica's consciousness remains? Is she aware of what she's become? Those questions hang over every shot of the rose form, and they give Biollante's transformation a quiet tragedy beneath all the spectacle. If you want to see that premise taken to its extreme, the Godzilla fan film Shelter 54 by Lost Utopia Films explores Biollante's body horror potential with haunting precision. It captures the nightmare of biological fusion that Biollante in the film only hints at. But even with that missed opportunity, I do think that Biollante is one of the greatest kaiju ever designed. She's this perfect fusion of imagination and craft. It's terrifying and majestic. Every second of her screen time feels earned, the result of hundreds of hours of mechanical work and artistic precision. It's really hard not to wish that she had returned in later films, but maybe that's part of what makes her so special. She appeared once, made her mark, and then vanished. A single extraordinary creation that still feels so ahead of its time. The human cast in Godzilla vs. Biollante holds its own against the film's larger-than-life monsters. The ensemble is wide, and that scale naturally spreads screen time thin. But the performances that do stand out are some of the strongest in the series. This is one of the more substantial and cohesive human storylines in any Godzilla film. It has personality and a real emotional thread that ties it together. People rarely mention that aspect when discussing this movie, but I think it deserves far more credit than it gets. Koji Takahashi, for example, delivers one of the best performances in the franchise's history as Dr. Shiragami. His portrayal has the same moral exhaustion that defined Dr. Serizawa in the 1954 original. Both men are scientists who are trapped by their own intelligence. They're characters who understand that their knowledge is capable of reshaping the world, but at a cost they can't bear to confront. Takahashi plays Shiragami with a detached calm, as if every scene weighs on him before it even begins, and you can see the burden of loss behind his eyes. His grief over his daughter drives every decision, and that single motivation makes him the emotional anchor of the movie. He's the kind of character that gives the monster itself meaning, because Biollante, in essence, is the manifestation of his guilt. Megumi Odaka's debut as Mickey is another important piece of the puzzle. Even though her role here is small compared to later entries, it plants the foundation for what would become the Heisei's longest-running human character. Mickey is fascinating because she bridges the human and monster worlds through her psychic connection to Godzilla. The movie doesn't dive deeply into her abilities just yet, but her presence adds a spiritual element to the story that contrasts with Shiragami's scientific worldview. Over time, she would evolve into something like the franchise's moral compass, a consistent voice of empathy amid military aggression and scientific ambition. Mickey's recurring role in later films makes her feel almost like the Godzilla series version of Laurie Strode from Halloween. She becomes the familiar face that grounds each entry, a reminder of continuity in a universe that rarely tries to commit to it. The idea of recurring humans across multiple Godzilla films has always been an underexplored opportunity. Even today, I mean, look at the Monsterverse. You're constantly seeing different characters come in and out of varying movies. Like, Ford was in one movie and he's gone. Millie Bobby Brown was in 2 movies and she's gone. Now it's like, okay, is our protagonist of the series Bernie? Is that what we're doing? Or the lady with the short hair? Is that what we're doing now? I don't know. Like, imagine if the Showa era had carried over the same protagonist from one entry to another. Let's take actor Akira Takarada. Imagine if he was playing Ogata from 1954, and every time he appeared in a Godzilla movie, he was still Ogata instead of being a different character in every movie. It would have given that era a stronger emotional through line and helped to humanize the chaos surrounding each new kaiju appearance. Continuity isn't everything, obviously, but in a series that I think is very much built on repetition and reinvention, it's an element that could have tied the human drama together more effectively. One of the subtler details in Biollante that I've always found strange is the small Godzilla statue that appears in the background of several scenes. It's about 2 feet tall, and the design is unmistakably taken from King Kong vs. Godzilla from 1962. The inclusion feels weirdly specific, especially given how distinct that version's look was. I think it raises questions about the filmmaker's intentions, like, is this just an inside joke, a prop choice, or was it meant to suggest that in this universe, people have been commodifying Godzilla's image for decades? Am I reading too far into it? Probably, but it's a small, easily overlooked detail, but once you notice it, it becomes one of those curious production quirks that reflect the series' loose relationship with continuity. Breaking away from canon and, talks about all that stuff, I want to talk about the music now, because it deserves its own spotlight. Koichi Sugiyama composed the score, and his background with the Dragon Quest franchise really gives the film a unique musical identity. His sound carries a kind of jazz, rock, theatrical energy. It's very grand, it's colorful, and completely unafraid of having melody. The highlight, without question, is the track Bio Wars. It has become a fan favorite for good reason. The piece explodes with rhythm and personality, and the bass line hits like a living pulse. It's thick and alive, while the electric guitar and brass and synth weave together to create a sense of chaos and adventure. It's a song that belongs on the battlefield between gods, yet it feels fun and unpredictable at the same time. It is not by any means a traditional Godzilla theme, and that difference makes it all the more memorable. It moves away from the heavy orchestral menace that defined Akira Ifukube's compositions, embracing something with almost prog rock-like energy. The percussion feels modern, the textures are sharper, and the tone is way more relentless. I just love how Sugiyama wasn't trying to imitate the series' musical legacy, but was trying to build something that matched Biollante's identity as a hybrid of science fiction and natural life. That individuality gives the film its pulse. Every musical cue supports the atmosphere that the filmmakers are trying to present, without the music overpowering it. It reminds me of how Masaru Sato approached the Jun Fukuda-directed films in the late Showa era. Sato's jazz-inspired surf rock compositions gave those movies a playful offbeat charm that stood apart from Ifukube's grandiosity. Sugiyama's work feels like a spiritual successor to that approach. It's bold enough to sound different, but sincere in how it complements the images on screen. The combination of his musical personality and Omori's direction gives Godzilla vs. Biollante a sonic texture unlike anything else in the franchise. On top of that too, if you've seen this channel before, you know that the one thing I like to complain about a lot is pacing. But this movie's pacing is fantastic. The screenplay moves very quickly, it doesn't really linger longer than it needs to, scenes transition with precision, and the narrative always feels like it's pushing forward. The editing and structure reflect a very deliberate choice to treat this as a modern thriller as opposed to a slow-moving disaster picture like Return of Godzilla. It's efficient without feeling rushed, most of the time, and it's that balance that makes the film very easy to revisit. When you combine that tight storytelling with the exceptional practical effects and Sugiyama's score, you end up with something truly special. Godzilla vs. Biollante is one of the boldest entries in the entire series. It took creative risks that paid off both visually and thematically. It showed that kaiju films could still evolve, that they didn't have to rely on nostalgia or formula to work. The tone, the ambition, and the technical execution all point toward a production team that believed in what they were making. In hindsight, Biollante marked a very important turning point. It was the last Heisei era film that felt daring in its ideas. It tried to break new ground. After this movie, Toho would shift towards safer storytelling and bankable monster matchups for marquee value, but the later entries in the decade became entertaining spectacles in their own right, while not carrying the same sense of discovery or experimentation that this film had. Shusuke Kaneko's 1990s Gamera trilogy would eventually surpass it in terms of creative evolution, but Biollante laid the groundwork for that resurgence. It proved that monster cinema could be intelligent, emotional, and visually forward-thinking all at once. Now let's talk about the international versions and the English dub.
There. It's Godzilla.
For those that may not be aware, this is a movie that has had some distribution issues in the past. The film was released in Japanese cinemas in 1989, but didn't hit North America until 1992, through a direct-to-video release on VHS and Laserdisc under HBO Video. It skipped theaters entirely here in the US, which was pretty common for most Godzilla movies. Toho initially tried to secure a North American deal with Miramax in 1990, but negotiations collapsed, leading to a lawsuit that delayed the film's release for about 2 years. After settling out of court, Miramax acquired the rights but stuck to a home video rollout through HBO. So, for nearly 2 decades, the film remained out of circulation until Echo Bridge released it on Blu-ray and DVD in 2012. Despite strong demand, the release suffered from a botched audio track. Though replacement discs were offered, physical copies of Godzilla vs. Biollante on Blu-ray for the longest time were extremely pricey and difficult to find. Bootlegs were all over the place too, so it was hard to find and secure a legitimate copy of the movie, especially at places like G-Fest, which often had a ton of bootlegs for sale that were marketed as being the real deal. Don't get me wrong, I love G-Fest, but oh lord, you really gotta know what you're buying there sometimes, because it can be kind of rough. Now, Criterion has to be up there with Arrow Video and Vinegar Syndrome as my all-time favorite distributor of physical media. So much time, care, and effort is put into each and every release of theirs. I've been a fan of Criterion since about 2021, with my favorite release of theirs being the Eraserhead Blu-ray that they put out. Beyond that, a lot of Godzilla fans likely know Criterion as being the company behind the Godzilla 54 Blu-ray release and the Showa box set. I was a big fan of those transfers, but I wasn't a fan of a lack of English dubbing, so I was cautiously excited when Godzilla vs. Biollante was announced for a proper Blu-ray release through Criterion. Looking at the packaging itself, this is your typical Criterion Blu-ray. You've got, the poster on the front and then information on the back, and the information is mostly, a plot summary, but then also historical context on what the movie is actually about, which is pretty cool. For those that may not know what Godzilla is, this is a pretty good kind of idea of what the movie is, as well as all the special features that are included with this. And trust me, there are a lot. We will get into it, I promise. I like too that it includes, the release year 1989 plus 104 minutes. It's in color, 5.0 surround sound in Japanese with English subtitles, which again, I will talk about that later, and the aspect ratio. Overall, Criterion has a very clean design with their Blu-rays, so I love it. Opening it up here, we've got 2 discs. The first one is UHD, the back one is the Blu-ray. Now, the UHD disc does not have any special features on it, but the Blu-ray one does. Kind of weird. Might be just because the UHD one is like such a huge file, I don't really know. But it also comes with this little booklet that transforms into a poster. Now, on one hand, I love the little booklets that these things include. However, this poster's cool. I just wish that it wasn't, like, folded to hell. I mean, like, I don't want to display that on my wall. Like, look at how rough that looks. That is not something that looks the best. I mean, like, maybe if you want a budget poster of Biollante, but I do not like all those creases. Now, the other issue that I have is I like to keep these booklets in the DVD case or in the Blu-ray case. And you really can't do that if you're going to hang this up on a wall, especially when you look at the backside and all the information that's on here. This is an essay by science fiction and horror film expert Jim Ciranella. I hope I pronounced that right. And don't get me wrong, I love when there's essays with these movies. Like, that is an incredible part of buying these, like, kind of prestige Blu-rays. But I don't like that it's on the back of a poster. Like, I feel like if I sit down and read this, it's going to look like I'm looking at, like, a map. Like, it's not at all the best way to read an essay like this if it's on the back of a poster. I prefer the booklet format, and Criterion usually does booklets. I know that on the Fantastic Planet Blu-ray release they had a giant poster like this, and I wasn't a fan of that either, so I was kind of disappointed that it was a poster and not a booklet. I like, too, that there's also the cast and crew information, and they even go as far as to have Godzilla and Biollante, you know, the suit actors, actually being credited, which is wonderful. I love that. That just goes to show, I think, that the people that worked on this are actually fans of the material, which is just so cool. Now, something else that I can't stand about these is, like, trying to fold it back up so that it can get back into the DVD case. It's a pain in the ass. It really is. And I just wish that they just had a booklet instead. I don't know. Now, one other gripe that I have about the packaging is that it's kind of difficult to get the Blu-ray out of the back. That's annoying. I just also wish, too, that the supplemental material was just included on the UHD, because I don't like that if I want to watch the UHD and then the special features, I have to put the UHD disc into my PS5 and then watch it and then take it out and then put the Blu-ray disc in. That's really annoying. I think that might be like a storage thing where you can only fit so much of the UHD actually onto the disc. I don't know. But that is a serious issue in my humble opinion. And this is kind of like a review of the discs. That's why I bring that up. But overall, though, that is a solid piece of packaging, I think at least. I love the aesthetic of Criterion Blu-rays. They look great on your shelf, so can't really complain too much about that. Now, the transfer itself here is really solid. There are so many Blu-ray transfers out there that over-smooth everything and remove every single grain particle. It ends up looking way too glossy and fake. Thankfully, Criterion hardly, if ever, does that, and as a result, Godzilla vs. Biollante looks incredible. When you compare it to prior releases, they all look so washed out, but here, the color correction is really well balanced. There's actually a decent level of contrast too, which really benefits the practical effects, which have never looked better. Getting into the supplemental material now, Godzilla vs. Biollante has some of the best supplemental material I think I've ever gotten in a Criterion Blu-ray. My favorite piece of supplemental material has to be the deleted special effects. Sure, a lot of this stuff is available right on YouTube, but I like having them available to me in a physical format, because those videos at any time could just be deleted. So I will never not sit down and watch the wonderful stop-motion tests that were made available for this film, and they, like the special effects in the film, have never looked better. They really touched it up, and I love that. Beyond that, the documentaries are really cool, and they give a ton of insight into all the work that was put in behind the scenes. Now, I do have to mention some other gripes that I have with this Blu-ray that might be a bit nitpicky, but I don't know. I do think I should mention them so that this video isn't just me glazing Criterion for like 8 minutes straight without any actual critiques. The biggest complaint that I have is that I wish an English dub was included with this film. That might be controversial, and this opinion I'm about to say might be very controversial, but I'm someone who prefers to watch Godzilla movies dubbed and not subbed. Of course, it depends on the movie, but for the most part, with the vast majority of films that are not, Godzilla -1, Shin Godzilla, and Godzilla 54, I prefer the dub. I know that might sound odd since I'm one of those freaks that watches English movies with English subtitles, and I usually don't mind subbed films. In fact, I actually wish that movie theaters would just have subtitles on every movie, like as is. I think that should just be the standard. Disagree with me all you want, but I love watching movies with subtitles. However, I just prefer a dub for Godzilla movies, specifically because it adds to the overall experience of watching them. As a kid, I grew up watching the dubbed versions, and so for me, I prefer that over the Japanese one. I don't know, it's just a me thing. And I get that not everyone feels that way, but I do think there should at least be an option for an English audio track. I'm not saying don't include the Japanese version. No, I want there to be both. Technically, there is an English audio track, but it's actually just the audio commentary with Sam Deegan. As someone who listens to commentary tracks frequently, I found that this one was generally well put together and well informed. My only issue is her pronunciation of Biollante, as she pronounces it as Biollante. It gets kind of grating after a while, but again, I'm not really one to talk about proper pronunciations, since I'm in the minority of Godzilla fans that says Heisei and not Heisei.
Connection to Godzilla vs. Biollante.
It's Biollante! Biollante!
After 1989's Godzilla vs. Biollante underperformed at the Japanese box office, Toho wanted something simpler and flashier, so the studio execs decided that the next entry needed a classic, recognizable monster and a high-concept hook. Initially, a King Kong vs. Godzilla remake was briefly discussed, but Toho couldn't afford Kong's rights, so they revived King Ghidorah instead. Writer-director Kazuki Omori returned, blending Ghidorah's comeback with a time travel plot that was inspired by Back to the Future and The Terminator. Pre-production began in early 1981, with many of Biollante's crew returning. The biggest draw, though, was composer Akira Ifukube, scoring his first Godzilla film since 1975. His music, paired with Koichi Kawakita's ambitious effects work, helped merge the old with the new. Kawakita's team built an enormous King Ghidorah suit with 3 mechanized heads and 16 suspension wires operated by 9 puppeteers. Meanwhile, the Mecha King Ghidorah finale used a separate fiberglass prop, suspended like a marionette. Godzilla's suit was worn by veteran Kenpachiro Satsuma, while miniature sets recreated Tokyo and Sapporo in elaborate detail, which, of course, Godzilla and Ghidorah memorably demolish. Released in Japan on December 14th, 1991, the film drew 2.7 million viewers, nearly triple that of Godzilla vs. Biollante. It even won a special technology award at the Japanese Academy Awards. Critics praised the music and the effects, but they found the story to be very convoluted and confusing. Western coverage, however, fixated on the World War II flashback where we see Japanese soldiers and a pre-mutated Godzillasaurus fighting off American GIs in World War II. It's rather gratuitous, and you see these American soldiers get absolutely wrecked by the Godzillasaurus. As triumphant music swells and the soldiers salute the creature, critics accuse the film of glorifying Imperial Japan. This controversy was so bad in America that there were literally calls and petitions to ban the film in the country because it was in pretty poor taste.
For an American, what is particularly troubling about this film is the quite apparent anti-American sentiment. To summarize the story briefly, time travelers from the 23rd century come back to present-day Japan in order to eventually destroy the country economically.
Teleportation. Start.
All these time travelers, most of the time travelers happen to be white. Most of them speak with an American accent.
Some even went as far as calling it outright propaganda. I think there's a tiny bit of merit to that. In an interview with David Milner, Ishiro Honda, the director of the original 1954 Godzilla film, was asked about this extremely controversial moment, and he said the following, quote, "Kazuki Omori went a little too far. He doesn't blame the soldiers, but I feel that he goes too far." However, Kazuki Omori denied any nationalist intent, saying the story warned against Japan's own arrogance as opposed to glorifying its past.
Director Kazuki Omori says this appeal to the Japanese survival instinct is not meant to be anti-American.
The movie is not especially anti-US. I just thought I'd try to picture the identity of the Japanese people.
But this ultimately begs the question, is this pro-imperialist Japanese propaganda? First, let's define what propaganda actually is. By definition, propaganda is a deliberate and systematic attempt to shape perception and behavior to serve a political goal. Propaganda does require intent, coordination, and a clear message designed to influence audiences beyond the story itself. The film was made during Japan's economic peak, when Western media often warned of a looming Japanese century. Anxiety about trade friction, automation, and Japan's corporate might bled into popular culture. You know how we think about China nowadays here in the States? That was Japan back then. In that 1990s atmosphere, Kazuki Amori's story imagines time travelers from the 23rd century claiming Japan will economically dominate the world unless its post-war rise is stopped. They are the villains, and that premise turns real-world American paranoia into narrative form. It's as though the movie internalizes Western fears of Japanese supremacy, exaggerates them, and then plays them back as pulpy sci-fi. The key idea, though, is national destiny. The film suggests this idea that Japan's prosperity stemmed from both its suffering in war and its ability to rebuild, but it never articulates pride in that prosperity. It treats it as something to be feared by outsiders and to be questioned by Japan itself. Sure, on the surface, this movie comes off as being about how Japan was ravaged by the evil Americans, and then it was able to succeed based solely on their grit and resilience. However, if you actually watch the movie, something I don't think the Pearl Clutchers in America actually did, you'll notice that the film's tone oscillates between admiration for Japanese resilience and extreme discomfort with what that power represents. That ambivalence is what keeps the film from being cleanly pro-nationalist. The problem, though, is the film's execution. It undermines its subtext. The scene's music and framing feel triumphant when they should feel tragic and ambiguous. There's never any tonal guide for the audience. You don't get an indication that the filmmakers wanted us to read the moment with irony. As a result, it looks a lot like propaganda, even when it really isn't. The film's ambition to tackle history, identity, and national trauma collides with the screenplay. It lacks all nuance. What could have been a very powerful commentary on the burden of progress instead comes off as awkward myth-making. Looking specifically at the scene itself, the Japanese soldiers' courage and the Godzillasaurus' defense serve as symbolic birth pangs of post-war Japan's might, when the creature later mutates into Godzilla, destroying the same soldiers' city decades later. It ultimately closes a loop. Japan's power, born from its wartime trauma, has now turned destructive. The scene is sentimental towards the soldiers, yes, but it's also tragic toward what follows from them. The salute, the swelling music, they are heroic, but Omori uses Shindo's later death at Godzilla's hands to reframe that moment as being ironic. He saluted what he thought was his savior. Decades later, that same savior kills him because he didn't actually understand the situation. The film's own structure denies nationalist fulfillment. It's quite literally the thesis of who Godzilla is. That entire controversial subplot of the film brings me right back to the Blue Oyster Cult song with the line, "History shows again and again how nature points out the folly of men." Despite all of that, though, this nothing burger controversy kept Toho cautious about an overseas release. The film didn't reach the US officially until Columbia TriStar's 1998 VHS pairing with Godzilla vs. Mothra. By then, the political debate had completely faded, and we were left with a rather bizarre Godzilla movie. To me, I remember watching this movie as a kid and finding the majority of it to be rather boring, but I think a lot of that has to do with how I actually watched the movie and not the movie itself. You see, I didn't own this on VHS or DVD. Instead, I streamed it on Crackle. Now, I'm sure you're thinking,
oh, whoop-de-doo, everybody streams movies now, dumbass.
But this was 12 years ago, in 2013. Streaming wasn't really the standard back then. Hell, it wasn't even normalized for a lot of people. I remember when I told my parents that there were Godzilla movies on the internet that you could watch for free. They were terrified. They thought I was on some piracy site and that I had infected the family computer with malware. But that wasn't the case. Crackle is defunct now, but I used to use that site all the time back in the day since they had a good chunk of the 90s and 2000s Godzilla movies. In HD no less. The only downside was the ad breaks. At times, you would get commercials every 10 minutes or so, and they would last around 5 minutes. As a result, the viewing experience wasn't the best. You didn't have to pay to use Crackle, at least at that point. It was just watch it for free, kind of like Tubi. But I'm convinced that it literally broke my brain and made me incapable of having a streaming service with ads on it. Nowadays, I'm subscribed to HBO Max, Paramount Plus, and I even have YouTube Premium, all of which I don't have ads on because frankly, it's unbearable for me. I can't watch a movie with ads. I think this attitude was completely shaped by me watching Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah on Crackle and having to spend double the time staring at a computer screen because the ads were so constant and so frequent. Okay, weird boomer unk status rant about old defunct streaming services aside, I actually only saw this movie maybe once or twice growing up because I didn't want to have to sit through constant ads. So I didn't really own it on physical media until about 2 or 3 years ago. As a result, I really don't have the same emotional and nostalgic connection to this movie that I normally would otherwise with films like Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla or Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. I did have a Bandai King Ghidorah toy that was modeled after his appearance in this movie, but that's really the only connection I have to this film. Regardless, I do remember there being some fantastic special effects and some really bizarre storytelling choices in the sci-fi department. Without wasting any more of your time, this is 1991's Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. In 1992, time travelers from the future arrive in Japan, claiming Godzilla will soon destroy the nation. They travel to World War II-era Lagos Island, teleporting a dinosaur before it can mutate into Godzilla. But they secretly leave behind creatures called Dorats, which later transform into King Ghidorah. When Ghidorah attacks Japan, a new Godzilla emerges from nuclear radiation to confront him. The monsters battle across Hokkaido and Tokyo, leaving cities in ruin. Godzilla kills Ghidorah, but in the future, Ghidorah is resurrected as the cybernetic Mecha King Ghidorah and returns to the past to fight Godzilla once more. Their clash devastates Tokyo, and both monsters plunge into the ocean. Beneath the waves, Godzilla stirs within the wreckage, alive and roaring once again. Right from its opening moments, Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah positions itself as a safer and more traditional entry in the Heisei era. The film begins with the iconic Toho logos underscored by Akira Ifukube's familiar march, signaling a conscious retreat to the comfort of legacy as opposed to experimentation. That single musical choice speaks volumes about the creative philosophy driving the entire project. After Biollante bombed, Toho clearly wanted a more conventional crowd pleaser, something recognizable and bankable. Where Return of Godzilla and Godzilla vs. Biollante sought to modernize the franchise through darker tones and biological horror, Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah shifts gears into nostalgia, reprising the same musical and thematic beats that audiences first heard all the way back in the 1960s. Don't get me wrong, I love Ifukube's work, it's iconic for a reason, but the sonic palette here feels cautious. Gone are the experimental flourishes like Biowars, replaced instead by orchestrations that could have underscored something like Destroy All Monsters. This new era of Godzilla had all the potential in the world to reinvent Godzilla for a new generation, but this film chooses to preserve as opposed to challenge. It's a creative comfort zone masked as a triumphant return. Even with that critique, my Neanderthal caveman inner kaiju-loving brain can't deny how thrilling it is to see King Ghidorah return in all of his golden glory. No matter how safe the story feels, the craftsmanship behind the practical effects are extraordinary. Ghidorah has never looked better, or more intimidating. Each head feels alive, constantly writhing and reacting with unsettling independence, giving the illusion that this three-headed beast truly exists in the same physical space as Godzilla. His sheer size and presence dominate the screen, whether he's gliding through the clouds or towering over a miniature cityscape. the visual effects team pushed the suitmation craft to its technical peak, and it shows. Later, when Mecha King Ghidorah enters the picture, the spectacle reaches another level entirely. The metallic wings, the blinking lights, the controlled chaos, it's everything you'd want out of early 90s tokusatsu excess done right. Even the secondary designs carry a strange charm. The Godzillasaurus, while a little awkward conceptually, fits neatly into the film's mix of pulp and science fiction. It's like Jurassic Park before Jurassic Park. And then there are the Dorats. Those ugly but adorable, never-ending story-looking motherfuckers whose cuteness is so out of place that it circles back around to being fascinating. Every monster in this movie feels distinct in tone and texture, and the cinematography treats them with a sense of scale that's still impressive to this day. The low-angle shots in particular sell their size better than most entries before it. Miniatures crumble with weight, and explosions feel dense, and the illusion of enormity rarely falters. The destruction sequences are staged with very deliberate framing and movement, showing a level of precision that few other Godzilla movies match from this era. The battles themselves balance physical engagement with the emerging beam era of kaiju combat. Among Godzilla fans, this period is often criticized for its reliance on static energy exchanges. Two monsters locked in place, blasting neon breath beams at each other. That criticism isn't entirely misplaced, but King Ghidorah manages to avoid the worst of it. There's enough movement and grappling and tactile interaction to keep the fights dynamic, at least for now. Godzilla and Ghidorah feel like they are actually colliding and not just statically posing across a valley. You can feel the sense of physical strain of the superformers moving through these thick costumes in these smoke-filled sets, grounding even the most fantastical moments in reality. It feels so real and so gorgeous. Later entries in the Heisei series would lean heavier into the beam-centric combat, but this film maintains an effective midpoint. Spectacle rooted in craftsmanship as opposed to spectacle for its own sake. Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah also experiments with one of the strangest and most ambitious story devices ever attempted in the franchise: time travel.
Great Scott!
Large portions of the narrative are told non-linearly, jumping between decades, even centuries, altering the continuity of events. There's an almost comic book quality to it. One of the standout moments comes when one of the characters is handed a book that he hasn't written yet. He flips through the pages, bewildered, and mutters something along the lines of, "I haven't even started writing this yet."
This is my book. I mean, it's a book I'm gonna write in the future.
It's a surreal moment that teases a movie about causality and fate. It's the kind of high-concept storytelling that you rarely see in a Godzilla movie. Flashbacks to World War II and forward jumps into alternate futures add layers of intrigue, and on paper, it's an incredible idea since it's a story that uses time travel to recontextualize Godzilla's existence and Japan's national identity. But in execution, the film loses control of its own logic, and ultimately, it shits the bed. The problem is the complete lack of structure. The film never clarifies the rules of its own time travel. Characters will alter the past, yet the present remains largely unchanged. Godzilla is erased from history and then reappears without explanation. Cause and effect exist when convenient and disappear when they complicate the story.
Godzilla is no longer with us anymore. And it seems like somehow, out of nowhere, this King Ghidorah has appeared.
Much later.
What's going on? SOS! We're in trouble!
Now, I don't expect an elaborate web of logic like Primer or 12 Monkeys, but even the most outlandish premise needs boundaries. Without those, every scene contradicts the one before it. The film wants the emotional weight of a sci-fi tragedy, but it plays out like a messy anthology, stitched together from half-baked ideas. It's full of fascinating concepts like temporal paradoxes, alternate histories, and speculative technology, but they collapse under the weight of inconsistent writing. You can almost feel the production rushing to meet a release date instead of refining the screenplay. The result is a film that promises a bold reimagining of a franchise, but ends up tangled in its own contradictions. What makes this so frustrating is that the story didn't need to be this convoluted. A simpler premise could have carried the same weight. King Ghidorah is this intergalactic destroyer, arrives on Earth to annihilate humanity, and Godzilla has to fight him. That's all this movie could have been. It's all it really should have been. That setup is timeless. Instead, we get a strange blend of time travel, recycled Hollywood tropes, and meandering subplots. The film borrows very liberally from The Terminator, Back to the Future, Aliens. I don't know what they're doing here. It never develops its own identity. The pacing feels erratic, the emotional beats fall flat because the foundation is built on contradictions. It's clear there were some strong creative instincts behind the concept, but the execution feels like a first draft that no one had time to polish. Beneath the chaos lies a genuinely intriguing idea, though. A commentary on how Japan's past and future collide through Godzilla's legacy, but the writing never gives it room to breathe. It's so frustrating. But getting back to the positives, something I love about this movie, though, is the production design. The film radiates early 90s energy in every conceivable way, from the fashion, to the sets, to the over-designed and under-designed technology. It tries to be futuristic while still rooted in the analog world. It sits at this fascinating crossroads where the film design hadn't yet fully embraced the digital era, creating this kind of proto-retro futurism. You see characters using clunky CRT monitors alongside holographic displays and sleek metallic interiors that look straight out of a sci-fi serial. The film feels like a time capsule that somehow predicted its own obsolescence. Shindo's office stands out as one of the best sets in the entire series. I love the dinosaur maquettes and the half-finished sculptures that give you an immediate sense of who Shindo is without him having to even say a word. The space feels like a physical manifestation of nostalgia, connecting his past fascination with dinosaurs to his literal encounter with one on Lagos Island. Every environment in the film has that level of care. No corner feels sterile, no wall feels empty. There's always something to look at. The Heisei era has always prided itself on strong visual presentation, but this entry takes it further by fully embracing the pop aesthetics of its time. The film's time machine is another example of how design and nostalgia intertwine in this movie. Its circular shape and glowing panels immediately evoke the Exilian UFO from Invasion of Astro Monster. Whether that was intentional or not, it is just a UFO design. It creates a bridge between eras. I mean, both stories follow a very similar narrative rhythm. Outsiders arrive under the guise of cooperation, offer Earth a promise of progress, and ultimately reveal their ulterior motives. In that way, Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah functions almost like a remake of Astro Monster, but filtered through the aesthetics of, Star Trek The Next Generation. The parallels are uncanny, the clean metallic corridors, the minimalist furniture, and it's like, fuck yeah, go Godzilla. Take from Star Trek, because Star Trek kinda sorta took from you. Astro Monster came out before Star Trek after all, and that movie feels very Star Trek, so it's like, go ahead, take from Next Generation. Who cares? Incredible. The influence of Western pop culture is everywhere in this movie. These are Japanese filmmakers channeling American futurism through a distinctly Toho lens. The Futurians themselves are some of the most fascinating human villains in the series. They aren't cartoonishly evil alien invaders. Instead, they're ideological manipulators who use history as a weapon. Their motivation centers around reshaping Japan's destiny, punishing it for its economic dominance, and rewriting the future in their favor. That premise really allows the film to briefly explore themes of nationalism, guilt, and the cyclical nature of power. The characters' motives echo that anxiety of early 90s Japan, when global discourse painted the country as this unstoppable financial superpower. But much like the World War II scenes, the problem is that the screenplay doesn't know how to balance tone. The story moves from that economic allegory to absurdist pulp without any warning, and the Futurians' dialogue swings between insightful and unintentionally hilarious.
Men of your time would call our ship a time machine, but not us. We call it our mothership.
So, this ship is a time machine.
Still, their presence gives the film an identity beyond simple monster spectacle. By this point in the series, the human technology has escalated from grounded realism to complete absurdity, and King Ghidorah fully embraces that shift. We go from the sober tone of Return of Godzilla, where we have the Super X, but now, 2 movies later, there's an android sprinting at supersonic speeds and casually surviving explosions. The tonal jump is enormous, but it works because the film commits to that absurdity. It treats every ridiculous concept, like androids and teleportation and psychic powers, as if it belongs in the same world, and that commitment makes it feel oddly cohesive in a really weird way. The movie never apologizes for its spectacle, and that makes it fun. It's pure Saturday morning science fiction energy with the budget and craftsmanship of a Godzilla blockbuster. Even the human scenes, which are often the weakest element in Godzilla films, have a lot of charm here. There's an unintentional hilarity in how stiff some of the performances are, especially from the English-speaking actors. But it's that awkwardness that adds to the film's personality.
Did you really think you'd be able to get away with what you were doing? We knew you were going to visit your friend.
There's a really great scene where an American soldier sees the time machine fly overhead during World War II, and he says to the other soldier, "Hey, you could tell your son about it when he's born, Private Spielberg."
Shall we report it, sir?
What, that we're being invaded by little green men from outer space? Let's just keep it as our secret. You can tell your son about it when he's born. Major Spielberg?
It's so stupid, it's so ridiculous, but it gives the movie this self-aware wink that feels strangely affectionate. Mickey continues to be the emotional anchor of the series, and this installment cements her as one of its strongest recurring characters. However, it is a shame how she is so compelling, but is stuck being a background character. Mind you, the main cast is really interesting here, but later down the line in future films, it gets really aggravating when you're forced to follow characters that are just mind-numbingly boring, while Mickey is forced to be relegated to set dressing. It's a damn shame, but we are not there yet. M11, the Futurian android, adds levity every time he's on screen. He looks like Jeff Daniels from Dumb and Dumber, but he runs like Ezra Miller in The Flash. He's so committed to his role that it's impossible not to enjoy every scene he's in. Throughout the film, it's very easy to feel like Godzilla himself barely appears, but his actual screen time, around 15 minutes, is fairly standard for the series. What matters is how that time is used. Each appearance feels grand, but it's spread across way too much. The destruction scenes are very long and deliberate, with the camera framing him like a living natural disaster. I'll always prefer that approach over the endless boardroom scenes or newscasts describing what he's doing off-screen. The pacing might be very rough at points, but when the monsters show up, the movie delivers. At the end of the day, Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah is a very, very, very strange hybrid of tones and influences. It's visually rich, thematically ambitious, and narratively chaotic, but it ultimately falls apart in its execution. The film feels halfway between a Japanese kaiju epic and a Western sci-fi blockbuster. You can see fragments of countless American movies. There's even a direct nod to Dirty Harry with the line, "Go ahead, make my day."
Go ahead, make my day.
It's a bizarre stew of cultural crossovers that somehow form a coherent flavor. The writing is a clusterfuck, but the direction and production design give it an undeniable charm. It's an imperfect movie that looks incredible, moves with confidence, and captures the exact kind of creative insanity that defines why the Heisei era still fascinates people today. After Godzilla vs. Biollante failed to meet box office expectations, Toho tried recentering the entire Godzilla series on recognizable monsters. Ironically enough, their first attempt at course correction didn't even center around Godzilla, who is their most popular monster. Instead, producer Tomoyuki Tanaka pushed a Mothra revival and hired Kazuki Amori to write Mothra vs. Bagan. It was a fantasy-driven script that was set 1 year after Biollante. It included globe-spanning locations, the return of Mickey, and the pop duo Wink as the Shobijin.
yeah.
Unfortunately, the film collapsed before shooting because Toho feared audiences wouldn't show up for a kaiju film that didn't feature Godzilla.
I hate him, butthead.
The studio shelved Baggin and instead fast-tracked Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, which was a hit at the Japanese box office. From there, Toho revisited the Mothra idea and asked Omori to rebuild his unused script around Godzilla. Early rewrites replaced Baggin with Evil Mothra, which eventually became Batra. Omori decided not to direct because 2 Godzilla productions in a row, Biollante and King Ghidorah, had burned him out. So Toho promoted Takao Okawara. Omori delivered a lighter adventure-driven script with an Indiana Jones-style prologue and a story centered on a divorced couple and their daughter. Producer Shogo Tomiyama approved Okawara because he came through the Toho system and understood their studio workflow. Koichi Kawakita, the film's visual effects director, briefly pitched a sequel that involved a Mecha Mothra, but that idea was completely scrapped. Okawara assembled a cast built for light comedy and broad family appeal. Tetsuya Besho and Satomi Kobayashi led the film, with Keiko Imamura and Sayaka Osawa taking on the role of the Cosmos, which are basically the Shobijin. Akira Takarada returned for a cameo as a nod to the 1964 classic. Even Ishiro Honda, the director of countless Godzilla films in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, visited the set, offering a symbolic blessing shortly before his passing in 1993. Kawakita's team built new suits and puppets for all 3 monsters. Godzilla received an updated suit with refined facial features and improved head articulation. Meanwhile, Mothra stayed close to her classic design, while Batra went through multiple redesigns to emphasize its harsher personality. Toho also constructed massive Yokohama miniatures for the finale, complete with a working Ferris wheel and thousands of tiny building lights. Composer Akira Ifukube returned once again to score the film, blending his classic themes with brand new arrangements for both Mothra and Batra. During production, a Godzilla suit from Godzilla vs. Biollante was stolen and later found washed up on the shores of Lake Okutama.
Well, tri-state citizens, beware. Godzilla is on the loose. Unbelievably, someone has stolen the rubber Godzilla model from a Japanese special effects department in Tokyo. The model was made for a new Godzilla movie coming out in Japan. Now, the theft won't affect the film's premiere. I'm sure you're glad to hear that. I know. Jerry's relieved. But the 13-foot high-tech model is worth $39,000, and the Japanese, who have a real yen for their favorite movie star, they want him back. Has anyone checked with King Kong?
Where do you hide something like that? Well, Jerry will be right back with a Godzilla of a sportscast, he promised.
While the thief was never found, the crew did patch it up and they actually used the suit for some of the wide water shots where the damage was harder to spot. Godzilla vs. Mothra opened on December 12th, 1992, and it became a runaway hit, selling over 4 million tickets and becoming Japan's top-grossing domestic film of 1993. However, the film didn't reach the United States until 1998 when Columbia TriStar issued it on home video as Godzilla and Mothra: The Battle for Earth. The release coincided with the American Godzilla movie, which boosted interest in Toho's catalog of endless Godzilla films. Western reception, though, was mixed, with some liking the nostalgic, colorful tone, while others criticized the rushed storytelling. For me personally, Godzilla vs. Mothra is an entry that I always felt was exceptionally mediocre. I didn't love it, but I also didn't hate it. For every standout moment, there was another sequence that dragged the film down. Honestly, it's been a hot minute since I've watched this one, so I'm curious to see if it's better than I remember it being, or if it is in fact one of the weaker parts of this era. Without wasting any more time, this is Godzilla vs. Mothra. A meteor awakens Godzilla and stirs up enough chaos to unearth a massive egg on Infant Island. The egg hatches into Mothra, just as Batra, a destructive dark counterpart to Mothra, emerges from the ocean and tears through Japan. Godzilla, Mothra, and Batra collide near the Philippines, dragging each other into a fiery undersea fissure. All three later resurface around Japan. Godzilla erupts from Mount Fuji, Batra transforms into his winged imago, and Mothra emerges from her cocoon over Tokyo. Batra and Mothra briefly team up to stop Godzilla in Yokohama, overwhelming him with coordinated attacks. As they carry him out to sea, Godzilla kills Batra, forcing Mothra to complete Batra's mission and fly into space to intercept an incoming meteor. Godzilla vs. Mothra functions as a rather blatant, surface-level remake of 1964's Mothra vs. Godzilla, and it's one of the earliest examples of Toho lifting an older Godzilla film almost beat for beat. You can loosely frame The Return of Godzilla as a modernized remake of the 1954 original, but it never mirrors the structure the way this film does, and that one is technically a sequel. It's a sequel. Godzilla vs. Mothra, the 1992... You know what? When I say Godzilla vs. Mothra, I'm talking about the 90s movie. When I talk about Mothra vs. Godzilla, it's the 60s movie. Now that we have that out of the way, Godzilla vs. Mothra deliberately redraws a very familiar outline, only this time with updated effects and a new early 90s tone and a few added elements to freshen the formula. The presence of veteran Godzilla actor Akira Takarada really gives the film a strange legacy sequel kind of feel. It's not marketed that way, and legacy sequel wouldn't be a term that was invented years after this, but his involvement kind of anchors the movie in Toho's history, and that nostalgia paired with the newer ideas like Batra kind of makes the film work. On paper, this should have been a solid blend of the old and the new. In practice, though, the choice to revisit one of the best films in the Showa era creates a major hurdle. Mothra vs. Godzilla is beloved. It is a benchmark. It is a masterpiece. Trying to top it demands a near perfect film, and Godzilla vs. Mothra just doesn't reach that height. I don't hate this movie by any means. It delivers some fantastic sequences, some very strong visual moments, and a few clever reinterpretations of the old story, but the problem comes from how those pieces sit together. Every time the film hits something impressive, it follows it with a decision that weakens that momentum. The contrast becomes so consistent that it shapes the entire viewing experience. I'm not going to try to fall into a rhythm of praising something and then saying, but that might happen a couple times here. This is one of those reviews where that dynamic becomes nearly unavoidable because it exists in the movie itself. First, I want to dig into the visuals because they form the core of how people remember this movie. There are moments where the film looks genuinely immaculate. Some shots are so striking that they've become shorthand for what the Heisei era represents in fans' minds, myself included. Whether it be Mothra forming her cocoon in downtown Tokyo, Godzilla rising out of the volcano, Batra's transformation into his imago form, these are images that define the decade. They are bold and colorful and dramatic, and they highlight just how ambitious Toho could be when everything is lined up. The problem comes from how these moments are filmed. A lot of the cinematography actively works against the work of the effects team. The movie relies on what I call the Star Trek shaky cam effect, where the camera shakes while everything on set stays nearly perfectly still. Classic Star Trek and Star Trek The Next Generation did this constantly, and once you spot it here, it sticks out like a sore thumb. You'll see Mothra or Batra sitting motionless in the frame with a miniature city below them, and the camera is just shaking in this attempt to mimic movement. All it does is expose the limitations of the puppetry and the compositing work. It looks rough. The most frustrating part is how often this shaky cam shows up when the scene absolutely didn't need it.
Godzilla!
Meanwhile, there are some miniature sequences here that stand among the best that Toho has ever produced. The finale in Yokohama with the Ferris wheel. It's incredible. It's so impressive. The lighting, the architecture, the layout, it all feels carefully designed, and it proves that the team still had the skill to deliver top-tier tokusatsu craftsmanship. And then the compositing steps in and drags everything down. The green screen work that places human actors in front of these miniatures is extremely inconsistent. At points, you can see characters literally clipping into the buildings.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
You can sense how rushed these shots were, and that pressure really shows in the final product. Selling the idea of giant flying monsters with 1992 technology takes an enormous amount of labor, and the miniatures themselves required real dedication. These sets were built with functioning lights, careful paintwork, and complex destruction mechanisms. The problem isn't the crew not caring, it's the fact that the timeline they were forced to work under was very rushed. By this point in the series, Toho had committed to yearly Godzilla releases again, which for fans is great. For the people making the movies, that sucks. That release schedule crushed their ability to refine the effects. You can see the difference clearly when you compare this movie to Godzilla vs. Biollante, which had way more time, way more freedom, and way more experimentation behind it. Biollante featured industry-leading practical effects that rivaled what Hollywood was doing at the time. Only 3 years later, Godzilla vs. Mothra looks like such a major step backward. I watched this movie with my dad recently, and he was genuinely surprised when I said that it came out in 1992. He said it looked like something that would have came out in 1982, and I can't disagree. With more money and more time, this could have been another groundbreaking showcase for Toho's effects crew. Instead, the visuals land in a strange middle ground where the ambition is very obvious and commendable, but the execution is rather poor.
Godzilla!
The human storyline in Godzilla vs. Mothra is also very promising on paper. The film centers on a divorced couple whose relationship begins in open hostility and slowly shifts towards something resembling reconciliation. That setup has potential for a grounded emotional arc, especially within a Japanese film. Divorce in Japan carries a different cultural weight than it does here in America. I'm not trying to be like Thing America bad and then Thing Japan good. I promise. What I'm getting at is, it can be seen as more shameful, disruptive, and socially isolating in Japan. Not that it isn't here in America, but in that culture, it's different. A reconciliation arc between ex-spouses in a Japanese story can land with more emotional gravity than the same plotline would here in the US. But the problem is that the tone of the movie never supports that emotional framework. The story leans into light comedy, and that constant cheerfulness undercuts the very thing the human plot is supposed to explore. I'm not looking for something on par with Marriage Story.
Every day I wake up!
That was never going to happen in a movie like this. It's not built for that. But the characters are navigating a serious personal conflict, yet the film keeps pushing in the opposite direction with slapstick energy, quirky delivery, and breezy pacing. Instead of actually elevating the drama, the comedy flattens it. A divorced couple narrative can work in a Godzilla movie. Godzilla King of the Monsters from 2019 handled this type of dynamic more effectively, even though that film had its own writing problems.
Ghidorah, the one who's many.
What?
She's a gonorrhea.
I'm not expecting something super raw and layered, but there needs to be more substance than two people who once liked each other eventually remember that they used to like each other. This movie treats it like a quick character checkpoint as opposed to something that demands real time and effort put into it. And the issue isn't the comedic, family-friendly style. Each major Godzilla era shifts in that direction anyways. The Showa era starts grim, and then we get Jet Jaguar. The Heisei era began with darker political undertones, and then we get SpaceGodzilla. The Monsterverse moves from a very somber tone to monkey fighting Ice Dragon versus Godzilla, and Baby Kong is there. These tonal swings are part of the franchise's identity. I love it for that reason. Godzilla survives because he can function in stories for adults and kids. Franchises like Transformers and Marvel rely on that same flexibility. Meanwhile, He-Man and DC have struggled because they committed too heavily to one tone without balancing the other. So a comedic family-oriented Godzilla film is never a problem. The issue, though, is the writing. The humor and the character drama just never really line up with one another. The emotional arcs are never deepened, and because the movie chooses to ride a lighthearted tone, it ends up stripping away its own potential. What I'm getting at is, why take a divorce storyline and then try to have it in a more family-friendly movie when that clearly deserves a more dramatic tone? Like, let's maybe not have this be the plotline, let's maybe save this for a more dramatic movie. I don't know. That's my main issue with it. Mickey is, of course, one of the few consistently strong presences in the human cast, but her screen time is so limited that she barely influences the story. 3 films into this era, and this is the point where I start questioning why her character wasn't given more focus. She is a psychic who can sense Godzilla's emotions and intentions. Why isn't she the main character? She could and should have been the core protagonist of the Heisei era. She could have anchored the human perspective as the one person in the world with a direct link to Godzilla. Instead, she gets pushed to the sidelines again and again. She does play a huge role in Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla, but that is the exception, and we are not there yet. Across the rest of her appearances, her abilities never shape the narrative in a meaningful way. The Heisei films had a character with a genuinely unique perspective, as it's someone who could blur the line between the human drama and the kaiju action, and they barely used her. Ultimately, I do think that it's one of the biggest missed opportunities in the entire era. The themes in Godzilla vs. Mothra are also very, very basic. The film focuses on environmental protection, and that subject has appeared in the series before with far more depth. Godzilla vs. Ghidorah explored pollution with surreal imagery, sharp social commentary, and a sense of anger that cut through the camp. In that film, you could feel the cultural anxiety of early 70s Japan, where pollution was a real nationwide crisis. Godzilla vs. Mothra revisits the same idea, but without the urgency or the imagination. The messaging is delivered in the most straightforward way possible. Characters frequently gather indoors and explain the themes to each other in direct dialogue. They talk about harmony with nature, the consequences of human recklessness, and the damage caused by exploitation, but these scenes rarely build toward anything meaningful. There's no subtext. There's no layered symbolism for the audience to unpack. The film presents its themes as simple statements, nothing more. They are not ideas that grow out of the story, and I'm not asking for elaborate poetic depth here. Godzilla movies have proven that they can be accessible and family-friendly while still weaving in interesting themes. Even the Showa movies that you people like to say don't have any themes do have themes. They just manage that balance in a way that works. The franchise has a long history of embedding commentary into the monsters themselves, whether it's Cold War paranoia, nuclear trauma, or technological hubris. Godzilla vs. Mothra has room to explore similar territory, but keeps everything at a surface level. Outside of the environmental angle, the movie tries to make a small attempt to comment on corporate greed. I think they're only doing this because the original Mothra vs. Godzilla did this. The older movie builds its commentary naturally through the actions of the cast. The 1992 film reduces the same ideas to simple remarks. Everything Godzilla vs. Mothra tries to express has already been explored more effectively in its predecessor. The themes are present, but they sit on the surface without ever developing into anything richer or even remotely compelling.
Why are you so fucking negative all the time?
Okay, let's move away now from the negatives. I promise I don't hate this movie. I promise you guys. Batra is a genuinely compelling addition to the lineup. He feels distinct in both personality and design. I love his sharper, more aggressive silhouette, which contrasts perfectly with Mothra's soft, rounded features. Batra stands out because he expands the visual language of the insect-based kaiju, my least favorite type of kaiju. The tragedy, though, is that he only appears in this one movie. A monster this striking deserves a longer legacy, and his absence from later entries really contributes to why he tends to get overlooked. Mothra, meanwhile, receives an enormous amount of attention. At times, the film shifts so heavily toward her that it starts to feel like a Mothra solo film, with Godzilla and Batra just being supporting characters. I want to make it abundantly clear, I do not mind this approach one bit. When a monster has as much cultural weight and mythic energy as Mothra, it makes sense to let her carry the movie. You can see how much the filmmakers adore her, and I love that. The reverence is built into the framing, the music, and even the way the camera lingers on her metamorphosis. She feels like a perfect continuation of the Showa design with small minor adjustments that give her a more refined and elegant presence. When I think of Mothra, this is the version that comes to mind. Godzilla's role is smaller, but his appearances are used effectively. His design doesn't change much from the rest of the era, yet he carries the same presence and weight that made the Heisei suit so iconic. The filmmakers treat him like a force that enters the story at key moments, as opposed to the central character driving it forward. Hot take, that limited usage works in his favor 99% of the time, because every appearance feels like a major event in the movie, as opposed to, say, the next film in the series, Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla II, where the big G has an abundance of screen time, and you feel it. Like, this dude is on screen a lot, and it kind of ruins the moment in a way, because the mystique is gone. Akira Ifukube's score is probably the film's brightest highlight. His work on Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah relied heavily on familiar motifs. In a way, it reminded me of John Williams' work on The Rise of Skywalker, where he just rehashed and re-recorded old scores that he had composed and created decades prior, much to critical acclaim. However, Ifukube's work on Godzilla vs. Mothra feels much more energized, emotional, and original. The Batra theme is awesome. It adds this sense of ancient menace, while the updated Mothra theme brings warmth and grandeur. It's such a huge step up from the 60s. The score really elevates scenes that struggle visually, and it gives the film a sense of scale that it doesn't always earn through effects alone. The finale, where Mothra silently ascends into space while Ifukube's music swells, is genuinely moving. I swear, there's like a psychological effect that this has where the visuals aren't the best, but the music makes it so much better. I don't know what it is. Once everything is all said and done, the film leaves me in a very conflicted place. There are elements that shine, and elements that completely fall apart. The experience as a whole settles somewhere in the middle, where strong ideas and impressive moments collide with rushed execution and uneven storytelling. It's not a disaster. It's not a triumph. It sits in a strange place in the Godzilla franchise, where its predecessor is vastly superior, and its successors surpass everything this movie tried to do. Future Godzilla films in the Heisei era pretty much ignore the events, with the exception of an offhand reference in Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla. So this just feels like the most forgettable entry in the entire franchise. Not good, not bad, just brutally mediocre. This is Godzilland, and you may be wondering, why am I making a video about a Japanese kids show from the 90s that teaches you preschool level information? That's a very good question. You see, when I set out to cover every single Godzilla movie and TV show, I really meant it.
I'm a man of my word.
Now, this is going to be a bit of a detour from the usual coverage of, I guess you could say, real movies and TV shows, but I'm going to be going over this very bizarre rabbit hole that I went into, where this kids show is unfortunately victim to insane levels of lost media, while being very well put together with actual suitmation, some beautiful animation, and some pretty interesting live-action segments.
今日はどんな話題が出てきますか？今日はスクープ！新しい怪獣をご紹介しましょう。今日はゴジラ対メカゴジラに登場する新しい怪獣を君だけにいち早く紹介しよう。まずは飛行怪獣ラドンが変身した怪獣ファイヤーラドン。
Godzilland began as a merchandise line way back in 1984, created by Toho to make Godzilla appealing to younger children during the start of the Heisei era. The products featured cute, super deformed versions of the kaiju across picture books, coloring sets, plush toys, and stationery. The 1985 MSX video game Godzilla-kun used the same art style, connecting the franchise to Japan's growing home computer market. This period served as a light-hearted extension of the main films, as opposed to it being a direct adaptation. And while the merchandise has long been discontinued, much of it survives through collector archives and scans. Shout out to Monster Island Buddies, where I'm sourcing some of this footage. You can also find a lot of the stuff on Wikizilla as well. But the first major expansion of the brand came in 1992 with Adventure Godzilland, a short television series on TV Tokyo. Airing from October to December, it combined live-action suitmation with animated chibi segments and musical numbers. The show followed Godzilla and his friends as they learned about topics like teamwork, curiosity, and friendship, while promoting Godzilla vs. Mothra in Japanese theaters. A second season, Adventure Godzilla II, aired the following year to coincide with Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla II. It featured more monsters, new songs, and a similar hybrid format. Now, both seasons are confirmed to have aired on TV, and photos, soundtracks, and promotional materials have survived, but no official home releases were ever made. Most of the original episodes are missing from public circulation, existing only in Toho's archives. As a result, both adventure series are considered to be partially lost media. After the TV runs ended, Toho reworked the concept into a set of direct-to-video educational releases titled Get Going Godzilland. Produced between 1994 and 1996, these 4 OVAs, Learn Hiragana with Godzilla, Learn Numbers with Godzilla, Addition Edition, and Subtraction Edition, were aimed at preschool audiences. Each episode used bright, full animation to teach basic reading and math skills.
よーし、ケーキができたぞ。
ゴジラくん、ケーキが6つ。
そのイチゴを乗せようよ。
そうね。
Unlike the TV series, all 4 OVAs were preserved through VHS and Laserdisc distribution, and have since been digitized by collectors. Only minor promotional items like advertisements and inserts remain rare or unaccounted for. By the late 1990s, the Godzilland brand had largely faded from public view, though Toho continued producing related merchandise for a few more years. The concept would later resurface through Chibi Godzilla, which was launched in 2018 as a modern reinterpretation of the same idea. Today, the adventure shows remain the only major pieces of Godzilland considered lost, while the rest of the material spanning the 80s merchandise and the mid-90s OVAs survive in full. As a result, trying to review Godzilland is almost an impossible task, since a good chunk of the material that made up this entire multimedia project is gone. What remains are fragments, scattered recollections, and a handful of surviving recordings. When so much of the series has been lost, it's really hard to approach it critically in any traditional sense. I mean, you can't review something that technically doesn't exist anymore. At that point, you're reviewing secondhand memories filtered through someone else's nostalgia and reinterpretation. That wouldn't be fair to the creators or the work itself. So rather than pretending to reconstruct the unseeable, I'm narrowing the focus to just Get Going Godzilland, which is the one version that still exists in a relatively complete form, and can actually be watched here on YouTube.
こうすればいいのよ。みかんが5つ。ここから4つ取ると、残りは1つ。
Despite its simplicity, Get Going Godzilland, I think, deserves a fair look. It's an undeniably cute show, but dismissing it at face value misses the entire purpose behind it. I promise to go through this, no matter how obscure, ridiculous, or unpolished, and that means this one gets the same attention as the rest. Thankfully, subtitled versions are available online because without them, I wouldn't have the faintest clue as to what's happening half the time. And while I don't claim to be an expert in early childhood education, the show's actual lesson structure really impressed me. It focuses heavily on teaching hiragana and katakana through repetition and visual association, and it does this with an unexpected amount of clarity. I have a personal connection to this aspect. Back in college, I tried to minor in Japanese. Speaking came naturally to me, but reading was a nightmare. I could memorize words and phrases easily, but the moment I had to identify hiragana or katakana symbols, it felt like hitting a wall. I would spend nights trying to drill the characters into my head and walk away even more frustrated. Eventually, my professor sat me down and suggested that I get tested for dyslexia. She was right. Once that came to light, I realized I'd been approaching the language through the wrong lens entirely. I dropped the class soon after, since it wasn't worth juggling that struggle alongside my heavier coursework. Oddly enough, Get Going Godzilland is a fantastic way of learning hiragana and katakana. The show's presentation of symbols and words through objects like pairing a turtle or a squid with specific symbols made it click for me in a way that textbooks never really could. It did something designed for children and turned it into a tool that worked for me as an adult learner. It actually got me to pick up Japanese again, and because of this literal show for babies, I'm relearning a language that I spent a year trying and failing to learn. Now, from what I can tell, the show also incorporated math lessons and general problem-solving segments in a very similar style, creating a broad educational foundation. Everything is presented through cheerful songs, colorful visuals, and repetition that's very easy to follow.
Godzilla-chan, あなたのみかんが1つだと残りはいくつ？残りは4つ。
Again, I'm not an expert in early childhood education, but I'd put this in the same league as Sesame Street or something. It's designed first and foremost to teach, but it's done with enough charm and consistency that it becomes effective beyond its intended age range. What stands out the most about Get Going Godzilland is how naturally it uses the Godzilla brand for children's entertainment. There's something really charming about the idea of a preschool series centered around Godzilla teaching math. If this had aired when I was 3 or 4, back when I was obsessed with dinosaurs and Godzilla, I would have been glued to the screen. But honestly, the show unintentionally highlights a major gap in Toho's understanding of how to market Godzilla internationally. Every time I watch something like Godzilland, I'm reminded of how little effort Toho puts into expanding the brand for children outside of Japan. Something this accessible could have easily been reworked into an English language educational show for American kids. One that taught basic reading, counting, or even environmental lessons through the Godzilla mythos. There's a clear precedent for that kind of adaptation. Shows like Sesame Street or Blue's Clues built entire generations of literacy around colorful mascots. Godzilla could have done the same if Toho had thought beyond its domestic market. Instead, their idea of kid-friendly Godzilla in the West was limited to whatever American distributors made after the fact. When you look at Godzilla's kid-oriented content in the US, it's surprisingly thin. Godzilla's Revenge exists, but that movie came out over 50 years ago. Godzilla The Series from the late 90s did a decent job at filling that gap, but even that was a byproduct of the American '98 film rather than Toho's direct involvement. And it's not exactly airing on TV right now. The modern MonsterVerse technically captures younger audiences, but that feels more incidental than deliberate. Kids show up to those movies because they like monsters, not because those films are completely made for them. If you've ever been to G-Fest, you can see it firsthand. Children running around in MonsterVerse shirts, excited about these creatures in a way that Toho still hasn't learned how to harness. I think a show like Godzilland could have bridged that gap. It could have been the gateway for kids to discover Godzilla's long history, while also learning something along the way. Instead, it remains a relic of Japan's domestic market. Never localized, never expanded, never given a fair chance abroad. Only in Japan, only in Japan. Once you move past the educational premise, the fun part is the monster lineup itself. For a show aimed at preschoolers, the designs are surprisingly well thought out. Every monster has this rounded, plush quality that keeps them recognizable while still being approachable. Godzilla's design in particular is the standout. It's very clean, it's simple, and iconic. The silhouette is instantly readable as Godzilla, which is something the modern films tend to overcomplicate with heavy detailing and texture. Here, Godzilla looks just right, just a perfect middle ground between cute and cool. I've always appreciated when children's animation preserves the essence of a character, as opposed to redesigning them into something unrecognizable, and this show nails that balance effortlessly. You got Anguirus, who's blue for some reason.
What is wrong with you? Why are you blue?
Seeing him that way made me laugh because it unintentionally foreshadows Final Wars, where he'd appear with similar coloration. I doubt that was intentional, but it's a fun connection. Rodan and Mothra also look great, both simplified yet still distinct enough to be recognizable. And then there's King Ghidorah. The fact he's just casually hanging out with everyone like he isn't the franchise's biggest villain is genuinely hilarious. Nobody even acknowledges it. It's just accepted that King Ghidorah is one of the gang. There's a strange charm in that absurdity, and it makes Get Going Godzilland oddly endearing to watch, even if you're a 23-year-old man like me.
足し算の問題4問に答えてください。本当にメカゴジラくんって意地悪ね。では第1問。
As strange as it sounds, I find the existence of Get Going Godzilla to be far more fascinating than the show itself. The series isn't remarkable in its storytelling or its animation, but its timing within the franchise is what makes it really stand out. It represents a moment when Toho was actively experimenting with what Godzilla could be. Not as a single film icon, but as a cross-generational brand. You have to remember when this came out. It was the early 1990s, and the Heisei series was in full swing. Those films leaned darker, heavier, and more serious compared to the Showa-era entries that preceded them. Godzilla vs. Biollante and Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah were dealing with genetic engineering, time travel, and moral ambiguity. They were cinematic science fiction aimed squarely at teenagers and adults, not children. In the middle of that, Toho greenlit a preschool show starring the same monster who had just been melting soldiers and leveling cities a year earlier. I think that makes this show just so fascinating. It's clear that Toho didn't want to alienate the younger audience that had always been a part of Godzilla's cultural footprint. For decades, the character existed in that delicate space between terror and affection. Kids love Godzilla, even when he's supposed to be terrifying. So the idea, in Toho's mind, was that a kid could grow up watching Godzilland, graduate to Godzilla vs. Mothra, and eventually end up watching Shin Godzilla as an adult. I think that kind of life cycle marketing is really smart, and it's part of the reason as to why the character is so relevant for 70 plus years. Looking at it now, I can't help but respect the intent behind Godzilland. It might be obscure and borderline absurd, but it played a real role in preserving Godzilla's cultural heartbeat. While most studios would have abandoned a children's market in favor of darker, more mature storyline, especially in the 90s, Toho doubled down and found a way to serve both. They literally had their cake and they ate it too. They managed to create something that spoke to fans who were growing up without letting go of those who were just discovering the character for the first time. That's an achievement that I think is worth acknowledging. So, Godzilland may just be a footnote in the grand timeline of Godzilla history, but it's a meaningful one. It's a reminder that even the strangest corners of a franchise can carry genuine purpose. After the huge success of 1992's Godzilla vs. Mothra, Toho needed another major hit, and the studio pushed for a fast turnaround. Taka Okawara returned to direct, Shogo Tomiyama oversaw the project, and Koichi Kawakita continued to lead the effects work. The idea was to bring back MechaGodzilla as a full reinvention as opposed to being a carryover of the 1974 film, with aliens and MechaGodzilla being the bad guy. However, it's not a sequel to the 1974 film. This can be a bit confusing for general audiences, given the 2 in the title. So no, this is not a sequel to Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla. That's actually Terror of MechaGodzilla. Crazy, right? MechaGodzilla was chosen partially because the Heisei series had already introduced high-tech concepts with Mecha King Ghidorah. The new robot was framed as a G-Force weapon built from Ghidorah's recovered technology. The script had to keep Godzilla alive, which forced writer Wataru Mimura to move the story's moral weight onto G-Force. Their decision to use Baby Godzilla as bait gave the film its tension without undermining Godzilla's role as the franchise's central figure. Essentially, you can have your cake and eat it too, with introducing Baby Godzilla, but not needing, Minya in any of the Son of Godzilla antics. The early drafts were really ambitious. They featured 2 Rodans and a different version of MechaGodzilla called Union MechaGodzilla. Scenes that explored Godzilla's parental side were removed, and budget limits and special effects workload forced a lot of these ideas out. The twin Rodans would have required 2 full suits and complex wire work. The biggest changes came from Bandai. You know, the toy company that a lot of us know today as being the people behind SH Monster Arts, and my personal favorite, the Movie Monster series. Kawakita consulted directly with the toy designer, specifically Katsushi Murakami, who pushed for a more modular and mechanically coherent MechaGodzilla. This feedback reshaped the entire design, leading to the Garuda docking system and the Super MechaGodzilla transformation. Kenpachiro Satsuma portrayed Godzilla once again, while Wataru Fukuda handled MechaGodzilla and Hurricane Ryu performed as Baby Godzilla. Post-production brought a major milestone as this was the first Japanese feature to utilize Dolby Digital sound. Akira Ifukube returned to score the film, blending classic themes with new military cues and emotional motifs that supported the Godzilla Baby Rodan storyline. Now, if you thought my comment about the writer being forced to keep Godzilla alive was a bit weird, that's because this was supposed to be the last entry in the Heisei era. The reason being is that the Americans were going to release their own take on the character. However, due to issues with development, the film would ultimately be delayed to 1998, which allowed Toho to continue making Godzilla movies for 2 more years in the East. The film opened in Japan on December 11th, 1993, and earned strong box office numbers. It made around 1 billion yen, and it sold 3.8 million tickets and grossed $36 million. Now, remember when I talked about how the now defunct streaming service Crackle was my introduction to a lot of the Godzilla movies from the 90s and the 2000s because they were hard to find on physical media when I was a kid? Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla II was one of those Crackle movies, as I like to call them. I watched this one specifically very frequently. Honestly, this might be the movie I watched the most, besides maybe Godzilla Final Wars. The main reason for this was Godzilla's abundant screen time in this movie. On top of that, I was an avid Godzilla Unleashed player, and Fire Rodan was one of my favorite characters in that game. And while not frequently brought up nowadays, Fire Rodan makes his debut here in this very movie. So, that's something. I don't know. In short, Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla 2 was one of my favorite movies as a kid. But in recent years, I've felt rather mixed on it. So, let's see where I land. Without wasting any more time, this is Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla 2. The UN builds MechaGodzilla using salvaged parts from Mecha King Ghidorah after the Garuda warship proves useless against Godzilla. Meanwhile, scientists on an island discover a giant pterodon egg, only for Rodan to appear and battle Godzilla. Godzilla defeats Rodan and follows the egg to Japan, where it hatches into Baby Godzilla, not a pterodon. Drawn by the infant, Godzilla attacks Kyoto, forcing G-Force to deploy MechaGodzilla. The machine fails, so engineers combine it with the Garuda to form Super MechaGodzilla. Rodan comes back, this time as Fire Rodan, and fights MechaGodzilla and dies. His energy revives Godzilla, who destroys Super MechaGodzilla with his new red spiral beam. Godzilla then claims Baby Godzilla and leads him into the ocean. 5 films into the Heisei era, Toho is fully locked into a system that clearly works for them. This is the 3rd annual entry in a row, and you can feel how comfortable the studio has become with this production rhythm. That rhythm comes with trade-offs. Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla 2 can feel very formulaic, and the structure follows a pattern the franchise had already perfected by the early 90s. With 20 films behind it, repetition is inevitable. The film still finds ways to stand out, though. The script is one of the tightest in the entire series. Scenes move with purpose, yet the movie still allows room for quiet character beats that give the story some warmth. The emotional core of the film, of course, is Baby Godzilla, and the movie commits fully to making that connection work.
He's gone away.
The design is cute without drifting away from what Godzilla should look like, and the performers around the creature sell the Bond convincingly. In my opinion, this is one of the more successful baby Godzilla incarnations on screen. It never reaches the exaggerated look of little Godzilla, but it carries an appeal that feels very overlooked today. Canon apparently agreed, since they used this version of baby Godzilla as a mascot for their Belpia photocopiers. I think the human storyline really works here for one simple creative choice. People actually pilot MechaGodzilla this time. The Showa incarnation was always remote controlled, usually from a laboratory far away. Here, characters step inside the machine and share the battlefield with Godzilla. That really grounds the action, and it gives the cast a more engaging role in the conflict. Even though I still think the Showa MechaGodzilla duology has far more personality and flair, this version benefits from a more involved human perspective. The editing style gives the movie a strange but entertaining identity. It reminds me of Rocky IV with its reliance on montage. This film swaps out Survivor for Akira Ifukube's score, but the overall rhythm leans into a pseudo MTV sensibility that feels glued to 1993. I enjoy that aesthetic, although the pacing can drag when the film slips into extended montage territory to deliver basic story information. Even then, Ifukube's music carries those sequences, so I don't mind one bit. His themes elevate shots that would have felt flat in lesser hands, and the score gives the film a stronger emotional through line than the visuals alone could manage. While I love the human storyline, I think the scale is very inconsistent in this movie. Scale is a major pillar of kaiju filmmaking because it determines whether the audience believes they're watching colossal monsters or people in suits on miniature sets. Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla II opens with a perfect example of how to do this well. The reveal of Mecha King Ghidorah's severed head sitting in a warehouse immediately sets the tone. It feels massive and ominous and loaded with consequence. The moment the characters declare that humanity now has a robot capable of killing Godzilla is so badass.
At last, we have it now. A robot to kill Godzilla.
Yes! Lock and load! Lock and load! Bring on the pain!
The early MechaGodzilla construction scenes continue this strong approach. Shots of the machine surrounded by scaffolding, engineers, and walkways create a clear sense of scale. The use of foreground human figures reinforces that MechaGodzilla is gigantic. It sells the effect. This technique actually mirrors the visual language used in 1974's Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla and 1975's Terror of MechaGodzilla, where Toho often framed their machinery through workers, platforms, and practical sets to define the size of the monster. Okay, that's all well and good, but the problem arrives once the monsters actually start fighting. The visual geography just falls apart. In basic filmmaking terms, fight scenes rely on spatial clarity. The viewer needs to understand where each character is in a set location, how close they are to each other, and how their movements affect the space. When those rules break, scale collapses. Shots alternate between wide angles, tight close-ups, and mid-range inserts without consistent visual anchors, which makes MechaGodzilla and Godzilla feel smaller, and it flattens the entire environment. This breaks the illusion, and it makes the effects look cheaper than they really are. Another issue is the heavy reliance on beam attacks. The Heisei era often leaned on them, but this film overuses them to the point of obnoxious repetition. Long-distance beam exchanges remove any physicality from the fights. Godzilla and MechaGodzilla rarely engage each other directly, and when they do, the fights end quickly because Godzilla just dominates in close quarters. This creates a rhythm where the battles stall instead of escalate. The tension never builds and the sequence becomes static. It's just two monsters just bzz, 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 and that's it. You don't get anything interesting. Godzilla himself is handled well. His design is bulky and imposing, and the decision to frame him as a villain gives the story clearer stakes. He has played many roles across the franchise, but there is something refreshing about seeing him occupy the antagonist slot yet again.
This baby is something else.
Baby Godzilla adds welcome dimension to this portrayal. It gives Godzilla a motive that pushes him directly towards the human cast, and that connection creates real danger, since it's Godzilla. His instinct to protect his offspring forces him into conflict, and that tension gives the film a sharper edge than, say, Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, where his morality is a tiny bit more ambiguous. Rodan's presence is another major element. His introduction is atmospheric, with fog, distance, and scale doing a lot of heavy lifting. The shot of him emerging through mist, paired with Ifukube's score, is one of the strongest early moments in the film. The issue comes from how the character is executed afterward. The design is very stiff, the puppet movement is limited, and the constant reliance on flight makes him feel more like a generic pterodon than a creature with actual personality. A strong Rodan characterization needs to switch between grounded movement and aerial combat to feel like a real animal. Look to Final Wars if you want that. Without that balance, I think the performance can become very static, and it's very static here. The fight between Rodan and Godzilla is a low point. The extreme close-ups obscure the action, making it nearly impossible to read what is happening. I can't help but think of the awkwardness of the giant condor fight from Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster, but without the charm. Yes, I really went there. The compositing also really struggles. Rodan looks like a flat model pasted onto a screen, and the shots lack any real depth. Now look, I get what you're saying. You're being too mean. You know, like they did the best they could with the effects that they had. No. Look at Gamera Guardian of the Universe, which came out only 2 years later with a much smaller budget. It delivered far more dynamic aerial versus ground combat. The contrast highlights just how limited Rodan's sequences are here. The brief scene where Rodan attacks Disney World is fun on paper, but the execution just sucks. He just kind of flies over and roars, and that's it. Think about how cool it'd be if he actually attacked Disney World and like blew up a model of Space Mountain. That'd be awesome. Nothing ever feels tangible or real, and a lot of that's just because the compositing is so rough. These shortcomings add to the sense that the film's scale work fluctuates wildly from scene to scene. When the movie gets it right, it creates some of the most striking imagery of the Heisei era. When it falters, the illusion collapses and the viewer is pulled out of the moment. Now it's time to talk about MechaGodzilla 2, because this version leaves me with a lot of mixed feelings. Out of the 3 major interpretations, we're not talking about the MonsterVerse or the anime one, the real 3, unks no. If you look at just those major 3 ones, Showa, Heisei, and Kiryu, this is the one that lands at the very bottom for me. The design leans heavily into a rounded, almost soft look that never communicates the intimidation that a MechaGodzilla design needs. I understand that a lot of people like this suit, and I get the nostalgia behind it, but when you directly compare it to the angular menace of the Showa MechaGodzilla, or the redefined militaristic edge of Kiryu, this version loses impact. The shoulder cannons are a nice idea, but the way that they're integrated feels more ornamental than functional. Even then, Kiryu eventually proves how striking and aggressive that design element can be. With this suit, the cannons feel more like accessories than defining features. The mechanical detailing also lacks a sense of hardness. MechaGodzilla should feel engineered for destruction, and this version often reads as a bulky toy with rounded contours instead of a weapon built by a military task force. The unused concepts hint at a more interesting direction. Early designs featuring colored armor, with them being green or red or orange, would have given this MechaGodzilla a distinct identity. A bolder palette could have separated it from the standard metallic silver and made it feel like a purpose-built machine as opposed to just a generic robot that vaguely resembles Godzilla. Other concept sketches explored a more Transformer-like build, with layered plates and shifting components, and I think those ideas suggest a version of MechaGodzilla with much more personality and engineering logic, something that reflects the G-Force team that constructed it. Even if the design underwhelms, the narrative role does work for the most part. This is the first film where humans step inside MechaGodzilla and pilot it directly, and I think that story works really well. Whenever MechaGodzilla goes into battle, you can feel the tension because the pilots are actively participating in the fight as opposed to just observing it from a safe bunker. So even if the suit itself lacks the visual presence of its predecessors, the story works tenfold.
Prepare G-Crusher. Roger.
One world-building detail that I genuinely appreciate is the public's uneasy relationship with G-Force. The film hints that people don't fully trust this organization through lines of dialogue, and those moments give the story a sense of political texture.
G-Force, did you say? I don't trust you guys one little bit.
Any government-backed military initiative would naturally draw criticism or suspicion, especially one building weapons that could level entire cities. The movie touches on this idea through a few lines of dialogue and brief interactions, and those glimpses suggest a more complicated relationship between civilians and the people developing Godzilla-killing weapons. There are points where G-Force's behavior even comes across as secretive, but the film never leans into the potential ethical issues behind harvesting cybernetic parts from Mecha King Ghidorah, or the consequences of building mechanized weapons on a global scale. In fact, we get this sort of ethical quandary with taking bits from King Ghidorah in Godzilla vs. Kong. In fact, I'd say that movie does that kind of storyline much better here. I wouldn't even call it a storyline here, they barely even bring it up again, but come on, give me a story centered on public distrust or moral oversight. It could have taken the movie in a much more layered direction with so much more substance to it. I also think that angle could have grounded the fantasy elements in a way that mirrors how real governments justify or hide the development of powerful technology. The film gestures towards these ideas, but it doesn't spend the time needed to explore and develop them. And don't get me wrong, I totally understand why this is a fast-paced entry in a commercial franchise with a 1-year production cycle. You have limited time to tell a complete story, and the priority clearly went to delivering an accessible plot with strong character work and reliable spectacle. Still, the seeds for something richer are planted throughout the film, and a deeper look at the political side of G-Force would have strengthened the world building around the action.
The time has come, finally, to put our technology to the final test.
Despite those missed opportunities, though, the film does deliver on what it sets out to do. It builds a functional story, it gives the human cast more involvement through MechaGodzilla, and it balances all of that with the series' trademark monster spectacle. Even with uneven scale, awkward fights, and a MechaGodzilla design that never reaches its full potential, the film does have a clear, if bland, identity. It's confident, it's fast-moving, and structured around the ideas that the filmmakers know how to execute. The end result is a movie that may not push the Heisei era into new territory, but remains a memorable entry with its own strengths and its own personality. When I was a kid, my dad would frequently take me to Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Before the arthritis, he was a woodworker and was constantly going on runs for materials and assorted tools. On one of these fateful trips, when I was around 6 years old, we were walking by a rack of DVDs that were all priced at $5, and one of the DVDs was a combo pack of Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla and Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. I immediately grabbed it and begged my dad to buy it for me. He obliged, and I remember that 20-minute drive home feeling like a cross-country road trip. Finally getting home and putting that movie into the DVD player and watching Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla for the first time was a core memory for me. This was my introduction to the Heisei movies outside of my brief exposure to them in Cinemassacre's Godzillathon. So I really do think that it was the perfect introduction to this era for me as a young kid. You had little Godzilla bringing the cute factor. You had a terrifying villain with SpaceGodzilla, which, side note, my introduction to SpaceGodzilla outside of this movie was in the Wii game Godzilla Unleashed, where the campaign had him as the final boss, and I vividly remember losing my mind at how badass the concept of a SpaceGodzilla sounded.
It can't be! SpaceGodzilla!
But even beyond that, this movie has it all. You have a robot being piloted by humans that could separate into a tank and a jet like a combiner transformer. And of course, you had the king of the monsters himself, Godzilla. It was the perfect mix of science fiction with fantasy. Mothra's there, so we'll say it's fantasy, as well as just kaiju cinema being presented in a really accessible way. At least, that's how I felt years ago. I'm now a 23-year-old man, and it seems like nowadays, in the year of our Lord, technically 2026, I'm filming this in 2025, December, doesn't matter. It just seems like Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla is often regarded as being the worst film in the entire 90s era of Godzilla. I've even seen some people on social media outright say it's one of the worst entries in the series' 70-plus year history. And outside of Zeth from J&Z Productions, I haven't seen this one being listed as a favorite in the franchise by really anyone. If you want a specific idea of just how hated this movie, and by extension its antagonist, SpaceGodzilla really is, just look at what one fan had to say upon hearing the news that SpaceGodzilla might appear in the next MonsterVerse entry, Godzilla x Kong Supernova. Here's their entire post, unabridged. Quote, SpaceGodzilla, the B-list villain of all time. His design is based on Godzilla's powered-up form in a Super Famicom game. His debut film was so uninspired it made the special effects director and Godzilla suit actor both realize they were about done with the franchise. His defining character trait is hating kids. He was the face of a US toy line several years before we could legally watch his film. His ghost possessed Godzilla in a TV show where all the monsters were portrayed by vinyl figures. He was the main villain in two fondly remembered fighting games from the 2000s. His Magic the Gathering card had to be reprinted with a different name because his signature weapon is the Corona Beam, and it was released in the spring of 2020. He's going to be the first Toho kaiju not named Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, MechaGodzilla, or Rodan to have a major role in a feature film in over 20 years. Beyond the shade that was thrown at Godzilla Island, which, by the way, that show is peak, the reputation surrounding SpaceGodzilla and this movie as a whole has always baffled me, but I think it's still important to consider the stranglehold it has in the fandom, especially in the context of this retrospective. Why does it seem like so many Godzilla fans feel this way? What differentiates it from the rest of the 90s Godzilla movies? I want to try and find the answers to these questions while giving the movie a fair shake. Obviously, there's going to be some inherent bias given the nostalgia that I have for this movie, but like every movie I cover on this channel, I need to be as open-minded as humanly possible. First, let's start at the beginning. When Toho entered production on Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla, the company was deep into a run of films that were marked by connected storylines, more consistent world building, and increasingly elaborate visual effects. After 1993's Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla II, Toho sought a new antagonist that would feel powerful enough to challenge Godzilla, yet distinct from previous mechanical or revived foes. Early brainstorming reportedly toyed with reviving King Ghidorah as Emperor Ghidorah, or introducing a new MechaGodzilla variant, but the creative team ultimately pursued a more cosmic direction. The result was Astro-Godzilla, who would later be reworked into SpaceGodzilla, a genetic offshoot created when Godzilla's cells drifted into space, either via Biollante spores or attached to Mothra after Godzilla vs. Mothra. The creators emphasized a design that would feel familiar yet alien, echoing Godzilla's silhouette, but with crystalline growths, telekinetic abilities, and an otherworldly presence. Kenpachiro Satsuma returned to portray Godzilla donning a new suit which was a slightly modified version of the previous film's design. The film introduced a mechanical counter-Godzilla unit, abbreviated to Mogira, a redesign of the 1957 robot from the Mysterians. Released in Japan in December 1994, Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla was met with mixed critical reception. However, like the majority of Godzilla movies, it never received a wide theatrical release here in the US. Instead, the first official US release came years later via direct-to-home video. This was in January of 1999, 6 years after its theatrical release in Japan. It was released by Columbia TriStar Home Entertainment, and they recorded an English dub for international audiences, and that was the dub that ended up on my Menards DVD copy.
Save big money at Menards.
As flawed as Godzilla dubs usually are, I found this one to be pretty solid, all things considered. It gets the job done, and it isn't distractingly bad like some of the ones from the Showa era. Regardless, now I want to try to answer the question. Is this the worst Godzilla movie of all time? One of the best? Or somewhere in the middle? Let's find out. This is Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla. Godzilla's cells, cast into space by Biollante and Mothra, mutate under black hole radiation and create SpaceGodzilla, a crystal-armored extraterrestrial that descends to Earth. Landing on Bass Island, it overwhelms Godzilla, imprisons little Godzilla in a crystal cage, and heads for Japan. There, SpaceGodzilla erects a massive crystal fortress in Fukuoka, siphoning planetary energy through Fukuoka Tower and threatening global destruction. Mothra attacks, but is outmatched until it splits into its two components to weaken the fortress. Godzilla topples the tower, cuts off SpaceGodzilla's power, and ultimately annihilates the alien monster with a supercharged atomic blast, freeing little Godzilla. Revenge sits at the center of this film, and for me, it all crystallizes around the grizzled and angry Major Akira Yuki. I do not read him as a side character or a narrative detour necessary to have a human character shoved in the mix. I read him as the emotional spine of the entire movie. Every major conflict bends around his obsession, and every escalation traces back to a single unresolved wound, the death of Goro Gondo. From the moment Yuki steps onto Bass Island, the story stops being about strategy or science, and it becomes a movie that's about personal grievance overpowering judgment. I see his yearning for revenge as being deliberately narrow and self-destructive. He does not want balance, he does not want safety, he wants one thing, and that's Godzilla being dead. He wants to be the one who pulls the trigger. The blood coagulant bullet matters less as a weapon and more a symbol than anything. It represents his belief that Godzilla can be reduced to a weak point if he studies the monster hard enough.
He's got a weak zone, a place on his body that he can't protect, right here. That's where I'm gonna aim that bullet.
Revenge convinces him that pain can be solved with precision. I never get the sense that Yuki is fighting for humanity as a whole. There is no selflessness in his actions. He is fighting for one man who never got to walk away from the battlefield. What makes this theme hit harder for me is how the film constantly places revenge next to responsibility, and it lets the contrast speak for itself. The character of Mickey moves through the story burdened by fear and empathy as opposed to the hatred that consumes Yuki. Her arc bends towards protection and restraint, while Yuki's arc bends towards fixation. Watching these two philosophies collide on Bass Island feels very intentional. I do not see Project T as the real moral conflict of the film. I see Yuki's presence there as the true danger. His minds hurt little Godzilla. His impatience nearly sabotages the mission. Revenge keeps spilling outward, catching innocent targets along the way. Usually in these sort of movies, when the enemy monster shows up, the themes kind of go by the wayside and we just focus on monster destruction. But the arrival of SpaceGodzilla really only sharpens this theme instead of replacing it, because SpaceGodzilla does not need revenge. It does not grieve. It simply consumes. While the cosmos is throwing something far worse at Earth, Yuki still cannot let go of his private war for the sake of humanity. Even when SpaceGodzilla imprisons little Godzilla and turns Fukuoka into a crystal graveyard, Yuki reroutes Mothra away from the real threat to chase Godzilla. This is the film's way of showing revenge narrowing his vision until he cannot see the larger catastrophe unfolding in front of him.
Now heading towards Godzilla. What is Yuki doing?
All units, change course.
I read Yuki's turning point as being deeply ironic. He never abandons revenge because he forgives Godzilla or finds peace, but he abandons it because reality finally proves him wrong. Godzilla survives every attempt on his life and still chooses to fight Godzilla. The monster Yuki defined entirely by destruction ends up saving the planet. And in that moment, it strips him of his justification for revenge. Yuki is left with nothing but the damage he almost caused. When he stays behind in the wreckage of Mothra and sends Koji and Kyo to safety, I read it as the first selfless act he makes in the entire film, and maybe from his perspective, in his entire life.
Abandon ship. You too. Never mind me.
Revenge has burned itself out, leaving only responsibility in its place, and the ending reinforces this reading for me, because Yuki, obviously, does not get the kill he wanted. He does not get the catharsis through violence. Instead, he gets survival, humility, and a limp. Now, that's at least my analysis of the human story, flaws and all, but does it actually work and function in its execution? Kinda, sorta. As a whole, I think this movie features some downright incredible ideas that are hampered by incredibly dumb ideas. For every neat concept, there's either a dumb concept or poor execution weighing it down in some way that's in the screenplay or in the principal photography itself.
Dude, I'm totally tripping balls. I'm totally tripping balls.
First things first, the special effects in Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla are very rough. I'd go as far as to say that they are among the weakest in this entire run of films. The reported budget sat around $10 million, which it's hard to find exact budget numbers for some of these movies, but that seems to be the general consensus. Mind you, $10 million isn't pocket change, and that makes the end result even harder to defend. A year later, Gamera Guardian of the Universe comes out with roughly half the money and absolutely runs circles around this film in terms of effects work. Watching those two back to back is really embarrassing for Toho. Within the context of the 90s Godzilla movies, this feels like scraping the bottom of the barrel, especially when you remember how sharp and inventive something like Godzilla vs. Biollante looked just a few years earlier. The flying effects are really where things start to fall apart. This has been a recurring problem throughout the 90s era of Godzilla, going back to Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, and it never fully gets solved here. Wire work and compositing clash in a way that constantly pulls me out of the movie. You can see the ambition, but you can also see every seam holding it together. I do want to give credit where it's due because the suits themselves are largely excellent. Godzilla looks fantastic, SpaceGodzilla looks imposing, and Mothra is an absolute standout. The lone exception for me is Little Godzilla. I've never been a fan of this redesign. The big eyes and green skin push him too far into cute mascot territory. He feels less like a believable juvenile Godzilla and more like a chibi Sleestack from Land of the Lost. I really miss the baby Godzilla look from Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla II, which struck a better balance between vulnerability and continuity with Godzilla's design. Mothra, though, is a triumph. This version feels like the perfect evolution of the character introduced in the Mysterians. The silver and blue color scheme gives it a real industrial feel, and the metallic sheen sells the idea that this thing is actually built from steel and machinery. Every time Mothra is on screen, the movie suddenly feels more confident and more focused. SpaceGodzilla's design also works far better than the execution around it. The Biollante-inspired cheek teeth, I think that's what you'd call them. Maybe they're mandibles, but these little things here. I love the crown, I love the shoulder crystals. I think it establishes him perfectly as something otherworldly. He reads as this cosmic reflection of Godzilla without drifting into parody. The crystal motif, especially the idea of him constructing a fortress in the middle of a city, should have been one of the great visual set pieces of the era. You can see flashes of that potential in the way buildings are torn apart and reshaped when the crystals burst out of the ground, but the rushed production undercuts the impact. Instead of feeling grand and ominous, parts of it just come off as being cheap and undercooked. Godzilla himself looks phenomenal, aside from the moment where his tail accidentally falls off while they were filming, and that somehow made it into the final cut of the movie. But regardless, I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it here. This is the definitive Godzilla design for me. When I picture the character, this is the iteration that pops into my head. Marketing and toy lines definitely reinforce that image, but the design holds up on its own. The proportions feel perfect, the face can read as cruel or compassionate depending on the scene or the movie, and this incarnation supports Godzilla as a villain, a force of nature, or, as in this film, a straight-up hero. A lot of other Godzilla designs lock him into one emotional register. This one doesn't, and that flexibility is why it works just so damn well. Now feels like the right moment to talk about how Godzilla is written in this movie and how that ties into the larger Heisei era. I'll be honest, taken as one continuous storyline, this era has some of the weakest characterization that Godzilla has ever had. His role shifts depending on what each individual film needs from him. Viewed in isolation, that approach can work fine. Let's say if it's King of the Monsters Godzilla from 2019 to -1, where they're not canon with each other, there's no continuity. That works, I don't mind that. But when you actually connect these movies and you start to zoom out and treat this entire era like one single narrative, Godzilla drifts between villain, anti-hero, and outright hero with very little connective tissue holding those shifts together. A lot of that instability traces back to 1991's Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. That film throws the entire era off balance and sends it down a strange path where continuity and character motivation feel secondary to big ideas and spectacle. The dip in quality and originality after that point is really hard to ignore. Still, I'll throw out a hot take here. Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla actually does some real course correction. His son is kidnapped. So, I get it. He wants revenge. He wants to go after the big bad. It's understandable motivation and it fits within the franchise's history. Godzilla softening after becoming a father isn't anything new. Son of Godzilla did that all the way back in 1967, and it marked a major turning point during the Showa era. This raises a bigger question for me though. Does this count as good writing? I'm still torn, because framing Godzilla as a parent on a rescue mission kind of strips away some of his autonomy. The story pushes him into a revenge framework where he mirrors Yuki, both driven by personal loss toward a specific target. Part of me resists that, because Godzilla has always worked best as a character who chooses his own path, even when his choices are destructive or morally unclear. He needs to have agency. That was my problem with the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla series, because he kind of just does whatever the humans want him to do. And to me, that's just not Godzilla. At the same time, revenge stories are some of the most enduring narratives in all of cinema. Kill Bill, Old Boy, Once Upon a Time in the West, and even the Shakespeare classic Hamlet all hinge on characters responding to personal harm. Those protagonists never feel hollow or passive. They still act with purpose because the decision to pursue revenge belongs to them, even when the outcome feels inevitable, because if there wasn't revenge, there wouldn't be a story. The tension comes from how far they're willing to go, not whether they'll go at all. For me, that's where my conflict with SpaceGodzilla sits. Godzilla's agency feels reduced on paper, but the revenge structure arguably makes agency less important here. The emotional drive is very clear, the motivation is very grounded, and the narrative never tries to pretend that there's some other choice on the table for Godzilla. So, I don't know. I keep going back and forth on whether that weakens Godzilla as a character or if it simply places him in a different storytelling mode. Either way, the movie at least tries to give his actions meaning, and within the messiness of the Heisei era, it's abundantly clear that effort stands out.
But why Earth? It's here to kill Godzilla.
I think one of the biggest highlights of this entire movie is in the human cast, and that is the character of Mickey. For the first time in this entire run of films, the series actually commits to her as a participant in the story as opposed to just being a background character. Throughout most of this era, she's been sidelined into an almost ceremonial role. She shows up to meetings, expresses concern for Godzilla, and exists largely to soften the tone of otherwise militaristic conversations. The scripts rarely allow her to influence events in a tangible way, which is a shame because she has so much potential, and she's such a great actress. It's like, give her more to do. Come on! Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla finally breaks that pattern. Mickey's psychic abilities are treated as a functional part of the narrative, and not just another symbolic flourish. Her perspective directly informs decisions, and her emotional connection actually matters for once. Her presence pushes scenes forward instead of stalling them. Viewed on its own, this feels like a long overdue correction. Mickey comes across as capable and relevant to the story, and the human side feels less like an obligation and more like a parallel thread that's actually worth following for once. Looking at the broader Heisei era, the timing is really hard to ignore. This is the second to last entry, and only now does the franchise fully embrace what the character could and should have been from the start. After years of unuse, giving her real narrative purpose this late feels less like a triumph and more like a reminder of how much potential was left on the table with these movies. Now I want to take a minute to talk about the sound design, because this is one area where Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla absolutely nails it. The standout moments almost always involve Mothra in combat. Every beam, missile, and weapon cue sounds gloriously old school.
Continuous fire.
The effects feel so punchy and they carry a sense of force that modern sound design often sands down. SpaceGodzilla benefits from the same level of care because his vocalizations don't feel like a recycled Godzilla roar with a filter slapped on top. The sound team clearly wanted him to feel separate and threatening in his own way, and I think that choice really pays off. Even little Godzilla gets attention here. His sounds lean very cute. It fits the character, but they still retain an animal edge that keeps him from slipping into cartoon territory. And the music, oh my god, it's so good! Oh! It's doing so much heavy lifting. Takayuki Hattori's score is phenomenal, and it's easy to forget how strong his work is here because Akira Ifukube always looms so large over the franchise. Hattori embraces scale and emotion in a way that feels almost operatic.
What you listening to, son?
I don't think you like it.
Well, why not? I like this new generation of music.
The SpaceGodzilla theme carries this ominous cosmic menace that fits the character perfectly, blending sci-fi dread and a sense of grandeur. The Mothra theme, by contrast, feels very rigid and militaristic, built around structure and precision, which makes total sense for the role that Machine plays in the story. Look, Akira Ifukube will always be the backbone of Godzilla's musical identity. You hear dun 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 dun, you think Godzilla. Or bum 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 bum. That's Godzilla. There will be Godzilla movies 100 years from now that will be compared to Akira Ifukube in the musical department. His influence is impossible to escape no matter who sits behind the orchestra. Still, Takayuki Hattori earns real credit here. His score stands shoulder to shoulder with the best Ifukube work in the series. I said it. I would argue it represents the strongest contribution that Hattori would ever make to the franchise. Of course, he would go on to later score the anime trilogy and Godzilla 2000, but looking at this movie specifically, I just think it gives it a level of texture and personality that the visuals sometimes struggle to match, and that contrast ends up being one of its greatest strengths. Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla ends up standing apart from the rest of this era in a way that I don't think gets talked about much. A big reason for that comes down to how overtly video game coded the whole movie feels. The entire third act revolves around a very clear objective. Godzilla and Mothra have to target and destroy SpaceGodzilla's shoulder crystals and the tower in order to weaken him. The structure is very blunt and it's oddly satisfying. I feel like I'm literally just watching a boss fight play out in real time. Some people have criticized this, saying that it feels very cheap, but I think that approach actually lines up nicely with Godzilla's history. Late Showa films frequently pulled inspiration from whatever media their young audience was engaging with at the time. Godzilla vs. Gigan leaned heavily into manga culture, right down to centering its human story around a comic artist. Godzilla vs. Megalon openly borrowed from tokusatsu superhero television, especially shows like Ultraman, with Jet Jaguar functioning as a direct reflection of that influence. SpaceGodzilla feels like the natural continuation of that tradition, filtered through early 90s and mid-90s gaming culture. The video game influence also isn't accidental when you consider that the prototype version of SpaceGodzilla was in SuperGodzilla, the video game. Seeing that DNA carry over into the film makes a lot of sense, especially during an era when Godzilla games were becoming a major part of how younger fans interacted with the franchise. Like I said, my introduction to SpaceGodzilla was in Godzilla Unleashed. SpaceGodzilla played a huge presence in those Pipeworks games, and I think this is why. The movie plays like a cinematic extension of that video game mindset, complete with weak points, escalating attacks, and a very clear win condition. Look, I get the criticism for this. I think the video game logic can feel heavy-handed a little bit, and there are moments where the movie leans too hard into mechanical plotting. Even then, though, the concept mostly works for me. It gives the final act a sense of real coherence and momentum, and it embraces a playful sensibility that had always been a part of Godzilla's identity. Stepping back, I land on this being a solid middle-tier entry in the franchise. It never approaches the highs of the Heisei era at its best, but it also avoids outright failures like Godzilla vs. Mothra. The real frustration comes from seeing how many good ideas are present and realizing how many of them get undercut by Toho's rigid production schedule. The annual release pipeline forces ambition to compete with deadlines, and Godzilla vs. SpaceGodzilla wears those compromises on its sleeve. What's left is a movie full of very interesting concepts that rarely get the time or the resources that they need to fully click. Godzilla vs. Destoroyah was sold on a single, unavoidable idea. Godzilla dies.
Godzilla died once before in the first movie in 1954, so this last film incorporates the image of his first death. Destroyer appears only in the first and last Godzilla movies, so in a way, the last film is the continuation of the birth.
Toho positioned the film as the end of the character and the finale of the entire franchise. After 4 decades of survival through reboots, tonal shifts, and cultural fatigue, the studio promised an ending instead of another return to the status quo. Audiences were asked to show up knowing the outcome in advance, which gave the film a level of importance and grandeur that the series rarely allowed itself to carry. Not to mention, the timing was very deliberate. The early 1990s were saturated with high-profile character deaths designed to dominate headlines. Comics set the template, most notably with the death of Superman in 1992, where permanence became a marketing strategy. Godzilla's death was framed in the exact same way. The film was treated as an event, as opposed to just another sequel in an endless franchise, with finality doing the heavy lifting long before anyone even saw a frame of footage. The film was conceived from the get-go as a definitive endpoint for the Heisei continuity that began all the way back in 1984. Director Takao Okawara returned to close the era alongside screenwriter Kazuki Omori, who had spent the series treating the films as a single serialized narrative. Special effects director Koichi Kawakita emphasized instability and physical deterioration in the suit and effects work, presenting a Godzilla barely holding together. Destoroyah was designed as a thematic counterweight, defined by cruelty, escalation, and multiple evolving forms, which allowed the film to shift from grounded military horror to large-scale apocalypse without tonal breaks. Although Toho expected the franchise to continue in some form later down the road, the production committed to finality. Godzilla's death was depicted on screen while Godzilla Jr. survives to inherit the role, a deliberate handoff rather than a narrative reversal. The film performed strongly in Japan upon release and gained a reputation for its darker tone and sense of consequence. Over time, Godzilla vs. Destoroyah has come to be widely regarded as one of the strongest entries of the Heisei era, in large part because of how firmly it commits to its ending. As a kid, this was always one of my favorites. It felt like lightning in a bottle, and everything about it just worked.
All of this just works. It's not, I'm not kidding.
However, I was a kid. Let's see if it holds up. This is Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. Following Godzilla's clash with SpaceGodzilla, he reemerges transformed, his body burning with runaway nuclear energy that will inevitably destroy the planet. As Godzilla spirals towards meltdown, creatures born from the Oxygen Destroyer evolve into Destoroyah, a monstrous embodiment of humanity's original sin against Godzilla. Godzilla's mutated son, now Godzilla Jr., is drawn into the conflict and ultimately murdered by Destoroyah, driving his father into a final apocalyptic rage. Godzilla annihilates Destoroyah, but succumbs to his own meltdown. In death, his radiation resurrects Jr., who rises as the new Godzilla. Godzilla vs. Destoroyah approaches its story with a fixation on unresolved history. The film constantly looks backward, framing the present as a space where past decisions finally demand reckoning. Earlier weapons, discarded knowledge, and moral shortcuts are treated as active forces rather than closed chapters. The narrative operates on the assumption that history does not remain inert, as choices linger, accumulate, and eventually reassert themselves in forms that cannot be ignored. Destoroyah embodies this philosophy more directly than any previous antagonist in the series. His existence traces back to the Oxygen Destroyer, a weapon introduced back in 1954, 4 decades prior, as an unrepeatable horror. The film challenges the belief that secrecy and sacrifice were enough to neutralize its consequences. Prehistoric organisms exposed to the weapon evolve over decades, and their transformation suggests that burying knowledge doesn't actually dissolve its effects. Destoroyah emerges as a delayed response to a moral compromise that was never fully confronted the right way. The monster functions less as a villain introduced for escalation and more as a reminder that extreme solutions leave residues capable of mutating into something far worse. Godzilla's meltdown follows the same logic of accumulated consequence. The film frames his condition as the result of repeated exposure to radiation across the Heisei era, each encounter adding stress to a body that was never designed to contain infinite escalation. His nuclear heart fails because the systems sustaining him have been pushed beyond endurance. The meltdown reframes Godzilla's longevity as a liability, turning survival into a slow structural fail. The monster becomes a symbol of Cold War power carried forward without restraint, still functioning long after its underlying logic has collapsed. The human storyline reinforces this emphasis on inherited burden through Kenkichi Yamane's role in the narrative. His connection to the events of 1954 collapses the distance between the franchise's origin and this current endpoint. The film presents legacy as this unavoidable transfer of responsibility as opposed to some chosen honor. Characters are forced to address consequences that they didn't personally create, yet they are obligated to manage it. Knowledge travels forward through generations, and with it travels accountability, binding the present to unresolved decisions from the past. Godzilla Jr. introduces a fragile deviation within this very framework. His existence suggests a future not entirely shaped by humanity's history of weaponization and fear. He represents continuity without the same ideological baggage that was carried by Godzilla himself. And when Destoroyah kills Junior, it eliminates that possibility with deliberate cruelty, reinforcing the film's insistence that unresolved history consumes potential futures first. Godzilla's response is outright driven by grief, as opposed to conquest or anger or violence. And that violence that he does end up committing only carries the weight of finality instead of the usual triumph where he roars and walks off into the ocean. Here, he doesn't get to walk off into the ocean. Tokyo survives through constant intervention, left irradiated and abandoned even after the immediate threat ends. Godzilla's death requires sustained human action to prevent planetary collapse, and the film frames this effort as emergency containment as opposed to an act of heroism. And when Junior is resurrected, the cycle continues, but in altered form, allowing the role of Godzilla to persist while acknowledging that the damage shaping it remains unresolved. Again, that line of generational trauma continues to the next person. Death occupies the center of the film's structure and tone. Godzilla's meltdown carries a very defined endpoint, and the narrative quickly shifts towards managing the scale of destruction as opposed to pursuing salvation once they realize we're fucked, and we need to do everything we can to save the Earth. Human strategies focus on just slowing the process and limiting fallout as opposed to stopping it from happening, because they know that they can't stop it from happening. It's going to happen regardless. It's inevitable. Much like how the movie's going to end at some point. Everybody knows that this is what was promised. Godzilla's going to die. That's the story.
But in a 20-second film, Godzilla vs. the Destroyer, to be released December 9th in Japan, the 42-year-old monster will finally meet his end. Godzilla will die.
Godzilla's physical portrayal reinforces this framework as his movements appear very strained, his attacks are uncontrolled, and the glowing fissures across his body register as visible symptoms of internal failure. You can tell he's in a lot of pain. Destruction becomes a byproduct of proximity to something breaking down in real time, and the film presents Godzilla as a public death, unfolding on a global stage with no privacy and no dignity. The film closes on the understanding that history can never be erased, only carried forward, reshaped, and paid for in full. When I watch Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, I always get the same impression right away. The filmmakers walked right into this one knowing exactly what they wanted the movie to be. The whole thing carries itself like one big grand finale, and the confidence shows up in the way it refuses to bend toward whatever was popular in the mid-90s. You do get a few genre touches that pop up here and there because, of course, this movie is going to dabble in that, but for the most part, it stays committed to its own tone and its own priorities. And that commitment is a big reason as to why it feels so definitive within the run of Heisei films. The connection to the 1954 film could have been very embarrassing in the wrong hands. It could have been nostalgia-bait slop, because it would have been so easy to make it that way and to treat the original film like, oh, we're going to soft reboot it, clap when you recognize the oxygen destroyer, but it doesn't do that.
I clapped when I saw it.
The callbacks do show up, but they're framed as necessary context that still matters in the present. The movie treats the original story like a wound that never fully closed, like any good sequel should. The bridge between the grounded tragedy of 1954 and the louder, more heightened 90s style of Godzilla ends up feeling really natural. The film never acts like it has to apologize for being a big effects-driven kaiju movie, yet it still lets the emotional gravity of the earlier film sit inside the frame without being reduced to a member berries reference. The smartest version of this shows up through the Yamane connection. Bringing in the adopted grandson of Dr. Yamane really lands well. It's the movie insisting that these events change the people and the families in ways that we didn't even think of at the time. When you watch that movie, you don't think about what Yamane's wife was going through. I buy the human material more here than in a lot of Heisei entries because the characters aren't just standing around near the monster plot. Instead, the film does a really good job of trying to actually incorporate them into the themes that the film is trying to lay out to the audience.
What's that? 와,喺條龍啊，紅色嘅龍啊。
To me, burning Godzilla is a huge reason as to why this movie feels so alive. I love this design because it communicates the movie's central fear before anyone even says a word. You see him, you know that this is dangerous, this is not normal, and he's in a lot of pain, so something must be very, very wrong. The opening night sequence where he tears through Japan is a great example of the film knowing exactly how to use that design well. The city lights and the glow of the suit create this apocalyptic image that still has a strange beauty to it, and I always walk away thinking about how much of this visual language anticipates what would later come down the road with Shin Godzilla in 2016. I also appreciate how the film handles the hypothetical, what happens if this goes all the way sequence. The CGI is kind of dated in the way that any 90s CGI is going to be dated, but the sequence still works because it has a very clear purpose. It's never trying to shock you for the sake of it. If anything, it's a really solid fake out where you're like, wait, did that just happen? It's communicating scale, inevitability, and stakes in a way that you can grasp immediately, and I'd rather watch that kind of visual explanation than sit through another round of characters staring at readouts and repeating the same information with slightly different phrasing. Yes, we know the world is going to end, but they actually showed it, which isn't the case for most of the movie. My main frustration comes from how often this movie falls back into the conference room rhythm once the human plot actually gets rolling. I don't mind exposition in a Godzilla film when it's building pressure and changing the emotional temperature. Hell, I love Shin Godzilla, which is basically nothing but that. But in Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, the repetition really flattens the urgency. The Yamane material stays meaningful, and the Mickey and Junior thread stays emotionally legible, but a lot of the surrounding human scenes just all blend together for me because the film keeps returning to people standing around or walking through hallways, just saying the same thing over and over again. The cinematography here is very boring in those moments, which is a shame because there are scenes where the cinematography looks gorgeous. But when it's just people standing around talking, it's like, what is this, a 60s Godzilla movie? Are we really back in the Showa era? What are we doing here? You need to show, don't tell. And one scene in particular stands out as being the prime example of the film telling and not showing. Early on in the movie, these workers are forced to evacuate their building. They're told that the elevator shaft is already starting to melt. The music swells, suggesting a major disaster sequence is about to go down. They sprint out of the room, and then the film abruptly cuts to a newspaper headline explaining what happened afterwards. Why were we doing all this buildup? I don't get it. Now, this doesn't break the story by any means, but it's a revealing moment, and it shows how the film chooses efficiency over immersion, even when immersion would serve the premise better. I can feel the version of the movie that sacrifices just one of those briefing scenes and uses the time to stage a longer escape sequence, because a scene like that would actually add something to the movie and give the audience something physical to hold on to besides endless graphs and charts and dialogue. Those limitations start to make more sense when you think about the production realities of the Heisei movies. These projects had tight turnarounds, and you could see where ambition and time collide. Godzilla vs. Destoroyah aims higher than most of its neighbors, and the fact that it gets as close as it does already says a lot about the team behind it. The film has big thematic ideas, a striking visual identity, and an antagonist built to feel like an ending, yet it still carries traces of the assembly line rhythms that shaped the era. Stick to the formula, don't give them anything new, rinse and repeat. Destoroyah himself really benefits from the film's restraint. The movie doesn't treat him like an obstacle you knock over on the way to the finale, which he totally could have felt that way. Instead, his presence feels like a conclusion that walked into the story wearing a body. The design helps because he looks so aggressive and evil, and the film uses that... Oh, my light died. He feels apocalyptic, but he never really overdoes it. Like, a lot of monsters from this era kind of have this over-designed quality to it. That was just the 90s in general. Like with comic books, every superhero and anti-hero had to have giant shoulder pads and big guns, but that's the 90s for you. It's also interesting to think about how this is the only original monster in this entire era. Sure, you could say Biollante and SpaceGodzilla, they're original monsters, right? What about Batra? Not really. Biollante is a clone of Godzilla. SpaceGodzilla is a clone of Godzilla. Batra is just evil Mothra. MechaGodzilla is MechaGodzilla, and King Ghidorah and Mecha King Ghidorah are, monsters we've kind of already seen before. This is the only truly fresh, original monster that we've gotten, unless maybe the sea lice from Return of Godzilla, if we want to get that pedantic about this. When looking at the big picture, I think that's why this movie sticks with me so much. The Heisei era has such huge highs in effects work and monster design, and it also has recurring structural weaknesses that you can't unsee once you notice them. Godzilla vs. Destoroyah feels like the closest the era gets to putting all of its strengths together into one film while keeping the ending uncompromised. Even with that minor gripe of the pacing and the exposition dragging, the movie lands because the filmmaking believes in finality and is willing to make the audience sit in the discomfort of it all. Getting back to the positives, of which there are many in this movie, my favorite scene in the entire film is the moment where the soldiers are picked off one by one by the little juvenile Destoroyahs. Oh, it's so good. It's an overt homage to Aliens, and it works beautifully. You can feel the walls closing in, you can feel the panic building, you can feel how quickly a situation turns hopeless once the creatures stop being an abstract problem and start being a presence in the room with you. As a kid, that scene freaked me out in a way that most Godzilla movies never managed to do before, and I still think it's one of the smartest choices the film makes because it reminds you that the apocalypse always arrives through small, personal moments before it becomes a major headline, which is a mindset that I personally tried to carry over in my own work. Not to get too off track here, but I made a movie called Another Day Closer to the Sun, and it's about the end of the world, but the entire plot is focused on one man and the familial problems that he was dealing with while everything else around him was crashing down. To me, I think that just shows how much these movies affected me creatively, even from a young age, even if it's just implicitly with that little mindset. I don't think about this movie as the one with the cool final monster, or the one where Godzilla dies, or the one where James Rolfe goes, Destoroyah!
Destoroyah!
Now you may be wondering, why am I saying it as Destoroyah and not Destoroyah? I've always said Destoroyah. For my entire life, that's just always been my pronunciation of the name. And that's because that's the English version of the name. I'm not going to be performative and pretend to speak Japanese and say Destoroyah, just like how I don't say Gojira. I say Godzilla because that's how Americans know the character. That's the real name here in America. I'm going to stick to that. If you want to pronounce it as Destoroyah, you are more than welcome to. I'm not going to judge you, just like maybe you shouldn't judge me for saying Destoroyah or nuclear instead of nuclear. I just say nuclear. I'm from Wisconsin. I'm trash. Leave me alone. Getting back on topic here, outside of pronunciations. I think about how committed this movie is to making the ending feel so purposeful, and how often it backs that purpose up with craft. The film treats the 1954 movie with so much reverence. This is the perfect companion piece to that movie. In fact, it's done so flawlessly, there are some Godzilla fans who theorize that this was set up all the way back in the 50s, and that the Oxygen Destroyer was always a setup for Destoroyah to come along later down the road, which, no, you're schizophrenic, please take your medication. But I think that just goes to show how good the writing is. If it feels that purposeful and it works that well. I want you to stop and think for a moment. Think about how many movies and TV shows have had terrible endings.
For a moment, neither moves, as if moving will make this real. We see John with his hand still on the hilt of the dagger he just lodged in Danny's heart.
I know I'm kind of being topical here, and I don't want to do that with these. I want these to kind of be evergreen, but Stranger Things just ended. On the day that I'm filming this, it ended. The ending came out, and it's kind of mixed from people. A lot of people are like, eh. And as soon as this show ended, they immediately announced a bunch of new spin-offs and prequels and live-action stuff. And it's like, is that even the ending? Look at Avengers, for example. Avengers Endgame was supposed to be the end. End is in the title. It was the end of Iron Man's story. It was the end of Captain America's story. And now they're coming back for Avengers Doomsday, only 5 years after the fact. Now, obviously, Godzilla doesn't end from here. We'll get the 1998 movie, and then Godzilla 2000, and then a million other movies, and the Monsterverse, and all that stuff.
I'm sick of Godzilla.
But what I can appreciate here is how Godzilla vs. Destoroyah sticks the landing. For all these creatives knew, this was going to be the last Godzilla movie made in Japan for a very long time. You get the feeling that the filmmakers wanted to say goodbye to Godzilla. They wanted the goodbye to hurt. They were willing to let it hurt on screen, instead of just winking their way out of it and saying, well, that's it, bye. No. They cared, they put effort into it, and it fucking worked. They did the impossible. They killed off Godzilla and made it satisfying. A good ending is everything. When you look at Game of Thrones, for example, that show shit the bed with its ending. And as a result, people kind of hate the show retroactively. Like, they go back and say, actually, it wasn't all that good because the ending sucks. Maybe most of it was good, except for those last 2 seasons, we'll say that. But I think that goes to show how much a bad ending can ruin something. And I also think it shows how a good ending can save something. I'm not saying the Heisei movies are all terrible. No. But they are very hit or miss at points, let's be honest. Godzilla vs. Mothra. Pretty big miss. Really bad effects. Lackluster human storyline. Godzilla vs. MechaGodzilla II. Also a pretty mixed bag, if we're being honest. Right there, those are 2 big installments in this series. Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah has a lackluster, mindless plot that is bonkers and makes no sense when you actually think about it. However, this last film has kind of saved the reputation of these movies in a way, where when people think about them, they usually think about Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, Godzilla vs. Biollante, and Return of Godzilla. Those are the main saving graces of this universe, and they think about those alone. What I'm getting at is here, the love behind this era is mainly to do with Godzilla vs. Destoroyah, and that is not a bad thing by any means. It speaks to just how great this movie really is. Godzilla Island was a short-form Japanese Godzilla spin-off that aired from October 1997 to September 1998. It ran for 253 episodes, each around 3 minutes long. They were aimed at kids and they aired on weekday mornings in Japan only. The show was produced by Toho and Tsuburaya. It was directed by Shun Mizutani and written by Takehiko Masuda and Akio Nanki. Jiro Dan from Ultraman starred as the G-Guard commander, joined by Maimi Okuwa as the alien Torima, Kaori Aso as Misato Jinguji, and Kaori Aizawa as the villain Zagreus. The show existed to keep the Godzilla brand alive, while Toho paused the film series after Godzilla vs. Destoroyah in 1995 to make room for the upcoming 1998 Hollywood film. With almost no budget whatsoever, the series portrayed its monsters using off-the-shelf consumer-grade Bandai vinyl figures. They moved them around on major sets, and it was a cost-saving measure and a marketing tool, since it essentially served two functions. One, it's a kid's show, and two, it's a toy commercial in the same vein as Transformers or G.I. Joe. Despite its limitations, Godzilla Island managed to include nearly every kaiju in the franchise's history up to that point. On top of those, you also got new or repainted variants like Firefighter Jet Jaguar, Hyper Mecha King Ghidorah, and Neo Ghidorah. The crew even kit-bashed toys to invent originals like Gororin or Dororin and a mini Dagora. So, what the hell is this show even about? Well, Godzilla Island takes place in the year 2097, when Earth's kaiju have been relocated to a peaceful sanctuary in the South Pacific. Essentially, it's just destroy all monsters, where humanity watches over them through the organization G-Guard, commanded by the gentle but weary Jinguji, whose only companion is a floating robot assistant named Lucas. It kind of feels like something out of Mystery Science Theater 3000, where you get these monster scenes and he sort of just watches on and observes with a robot. For a long while, life on the island is quiet, but it's just a calm before the storm, and that calm ends abruptly when a massive UFO appears in the sky. The invaders are the Exilians, led by a woman named Zagreus, who serves a cosmic overlord known as the Giant Dark Emperor. Their plan is to conquer Earth, beginning with the capture of Godzilla Island and its inhabitants. During the first assault, a smaller ship intervenes to defend the island, and its pilot, a young warrior named Torima. She reveals that she is from a planet already destroyed by the Emperor's armies, and vows to help Earth avoid the same fate. From this point on, the kids' show becomes a serialized war between the aliens and the Earth defenders. It's a rotating cycle of invasions, new monsters, and temporary alliances that last across 2 full seasons. The early arcs establish the main dynamic of the show, where Zagreus will summon a random monster who is being mind-controlled by the Exilians, and then Godzilla has to fight them. The first one of which is SpaceGodzilla, who ends up getting his crystal core shattered and he's driven off. Zagreus retaliates with King Ghidorah, prompting a massive alliance of monsters led by Mothra, who rallies the island's defenders. The battles grow increasingly personal as Godzilla is later framed for destruction he didn't cause, forcing the humans to put him on trial and prove his innocence and restore trust. When the aliens kidnap Godzilla Jr., the rescue mission deepens the bond between humans and kaiju. The mid-season stories revolve around classic adversaries like Gigan, Mecha King Ghidorah, and MechaGodzilla, each appearing as the Exilians' next weapon in their campaign to seize control. In between all the heavy action, though, there are smaller arcs that explore mysteries on the island, like strange energy readings, ancient relics, or supernatural forces like Dagora and the ghost of SpaceGodzilla, whose spirit possesses Godzilla until King Caesar performs an exorcism. As the first season concludes, the fighting reaches a breaking point. The alien forces crumble, and Terima leads a final assault that drives the aliens back into space, but her victory comes at a cost. With her mission complete, she decides to leave the island to continue her war elsewhere. The show treats her departure as a farewell to an era, ending the first season on a surprisingly emotional note. The second season begins by introducing Misato, the commander's daughter, no relation to Evangelion, thank God. She joins G-Guard to fill the gap that Terima left behind. Her arrival coincides with the emergence of a new villain named Landis, who resumes the invasion with even deadlier monsters. Around this time, new generations of creatures appear, like Mothra's offspring, and this gives rise to Mothra Leo and other returning kaiju like Anguirus and Rodan. As the war builds toward its finale, the heroes uncover the hidden secret of G Island, revealing an ancient battleship called the Gotengo buried beneath the island. This discovery arms them for the endgame. Zagreus is resurrected, the giant Dark Emperor finally appears, and the galaxy-spanning conflict reaches Earth's shores once more. Even Terima returns for one last stand, teaming up with Masato and the monsters as the Gotengo launches against the Emperor's forces. But betrayals erupt within the alien ranks. Zagreus defies her master, and the Emperor's ultimate weapon self-destructs. Godzilla, revived for the final fight, joins his allies for a decisive victory. The final episode is called Goodbye Godzilla Island, and it closes on a note of relief and reflection with the island's defenders watching peace return after years of chaos. Taken as a whole, Godzilla Island is fucking awesome. It is such a weird and bizarre show when compared to the rest of the franchise. I mean, this is a series of films known for pushing the boundaries of what was possible with suitmation, practical effects, and miniatures. To go from that to this is genuinely insane, and you might be expecting me to go into how the Monster of the Week format is repetitive and how I hate the series, but I love it. I love Godzilla Island, and I think it's a phenomenal piece of Godzilla media that is criminally underrated. Yes, I'm dead serious. Beyond the story and everything else, what I think really makes it work so well is that it captures something deeply nostalgic. It's the feeling of being a kid surrounded by Godzilla toys, inventing stories that make no logical sense but feel limitless in imagination. Every arc feels like it was born out of that exact kind of childhood play, with a structure that's as chaotic as it is inspired. The show doesn't really care too much about realism or even consistency, but that's because it's being driven by pure enthusiasm for the kaiju universe. And that's what makes it so refreshing. These are stories that could never be realized in live action without a billion-dollar budget. In fact, some of the arcs are so packed with monsters and wild ideas that even a modern animated series would struggle to pull them off. There's a certain freedom in that. It's like the creators decided that if they couldn't compete with Toho's film productions, they would outdo them in sheer imagination. One of my favorite things about Godzilla Island is how it gives depth and personality to monsters who were little more than background players in prior movies. Characters like Jet Jaguar and King Caesar actually get meaningful screen time and arcs that explore who they are beyond just being Godzilla's tag team partners. You start to see sides of these creatures that the films never had time to show. The proof is right here on the Godzilla Wiki. Half of the established lore for these characters comes from Godzilla Island. It is wild to think that a toy-based kids show contributed more to the franchise's character development than several feature films. And while it might not get the credit it deserves, Godzilla Island's influence is undeniable. Look at how many fan projects, stop-motion shorts, and YouTube series exist today using off-the-shelf Bandai figures to tell new stories. Channels like Monster Island Buddies owe a clear debt to the show's tone and format. In a way, Godzilla Island predicted the kind of fan-driven storytelling that would later dominate the internet. It turned limited resources into a creative playground, proving that love for the material can go a lot further than production value. Outside of what I like to call the Toymation style, Godzilla Island feels like a full-on love letter to the Showa era of Godzilla. Everything about it, from the tone to the visual language, and even the pacing, feels like it was designed by people who grew up watching the 60s and 70s films and wanted to recreate that atmosphere for a new generation. The series leans heavily into the bright, playful aesthetic of that period. It channels the same campy charm that you'd find in Son of Godzilla or Godzilla vs. Megalon, mixed with a healthy dose of Ultraman-style absurdity. What makes that approach work so well is that Godzilla Island doesn't pretend to be anything it's not. It's unapologetically a kid-friendly throwback. There's never any attempt to deconstruct or modernize the monsters in self-serious storytelling. It just commits to being pure, unfiltered fun. On top of that too, the low-budget sets and the bright studio lighting and the wildly exaggerated performances all blend into something that feels strangely authentic to that era. Instead of working against the limitations, the show embraces them, turning them into part of its identity. You can tell everyone involved knew exactly what kind of show they were making, and they leaned into it with complete sincerity. That sense of enthusiasm is just so contagious. While watching, you can practically feel the joy behind the production. The cast and crew seem like they're just having a blast making this, and that energy bleeds into the viewing experience. Like, there are moments where an episode will just grind to a halt so that they can just have a Godzilla dance party with the other monsters, and it's wonderful. It's goofy, it's endearing, and I think it really defines what this show is. It's the perfect throwback to the 60s and the 70s, where humor mattered more than scale or realism. You can't help but smile at how earnestly it celebrates the weirdest and most delightful parts of the Godzilla mythos that are often overlooked for the sake of making a joke. Now, if I have one real gripe with Godzilla Island, it's how long it took Toho to finally make the series accessible outside of Japan. For decades, this show was practically a ghost. Western fans could only experience it through grainy pirated uploads, sketchy bootleg DVDs, or the occasional clip that managed to slip onto YouTube. That inaccessibility created a very odd gap in Godzilla's global history. I mean, an entire official production that most fans outside of Japan had no way of watching this. It's frustrating too, because Godzilla Island could have filled a unique space in the international fandom. It's lighthearted, it's episodic, it has a great story, it's visually distinct. It's the kind of thing that easily could have run on kids' programming blocks or aired alongside other niche imports in the late 90s and early 2000s. As long as they dubbed it, of course, which they never did. There's no dub for this, it's all subtitled. The real problem isn't the show itself, it's Toho's long-standing inability to properly market and distribute Godzilla content outside of Japan.
Only in Japan, only in Japan.
They've always been that way though, and this could be a topic for a whole other day, with them sitting on projects or mishandling releases until their cultural momentum has long faded. Godzilla Island became a casualty of that very approach. It was a show that could have built younger audiences during a transitional era for the franchise, but instead became a piece of trivia whispered about in fan circles. By the time Toho finally uploaded subtitled episodes to their official YouTube channel in 2023, the series had already lived most of its life as a curiosity shared on forums and fan archives. It just sucks, man. I know that I would have adored this show as a kid. It's colorful, it's simple, and jam-packed with monsters. It represents everything that used to make televised tokusatsu fun and accessible, but because Toho kept it locked away for so long, my first real viewing experience didn't happen until I was an adult, years after its cultural moment had passed. Again, that's not the fault of the show or the creators, who clearly poured effort and enthusiasm into making a show for children, but it does highlight how poorly the studio has handled its own legacy abroad. What really bothers me too is how little Godzilla Island is discussed today beyond surface level jokes like, oh yeah, that's the one where they used toys to make it. It's this weird kind of dismissal, and it ignores how much craftsmanship went into working within those constraints. The show may have used Bandai figures instead of suits, but it found inventive ways to bring them to life through miniature sets, puppetry, and really good editing. It's a labor of love, and it's not a cash grab. It could have been, but they actually tried. You can feel that the people behind it cared deeply about keeping the franchise alive for a younger generation, even if the budget was microscopic. And I really do think that sincerity alone deserves far more recognition than it's ever received. At the end of the day, Godzilla Island is not peak cinema by any stretch. It's not the standout of the Heisei era or even the best Godzilla TV show, but it's a charming side project that embraces its made-for-TV limitations. In an odd way, it managed to do something fairly significant. It actually kept Godzilla alive during a period where he was not in any movies. But I can't in good faith recommend this show to anyone who isn't already deep into the Godzilla fandom. If you showed this to someone who's unfamiliar with the series, they would probably call the police on you, thinking you're someone who broke out of an insane asylum. But as a children's show, it's very endearing. It's packed with creativity, enthusiasm, and clear love for the franchise. So for younger viewers or hardcore fans who can really appreciate its sincerity, Godzilla Island is a very fun little curiosity worth checking out as a relic of a weird period in the history of the King of the Monsters. This is my VHS copy of Godzilla 1998. Judging by just how it looks, you might notice that the case is gone. It was destroyed over the years, and this thing is very worn out. It's this VHS right here that is largely responsible for me being a Godzilla fan. And honestly, I think without this VHS right here, this channel would not have been made. I remember when I was very young, maybe 3 or 4 years old, and I was going through our VHS drawer and looked for something new to watch. I stumbled upon it, and my dad told me that I would probably be terrified by this movie, but after I insisted, he put it on for me, and well, the rest is history. I've had sort of a weird history with this movie. When I first watched it when I was little, I was captivated by it. But as time went on, I started to hate it and eventually loathe the film. Why? Well, a lot of this has to do with the fact that as I got deeper into the Godzilla franchise, I found more interesting and entertaining films to watch. I realized the 98 film fundamentally misunderstood the character and was a poor adaptation that failed to live up to the cultural icon that is Godzilla. If you were one of the 266 people subscribed to this channel on January 4th, 2022, then you probably saw my Godzilla tier list video. In that video, I absolutely rip into the 1998 American Godzilla film. No one likes Godzilla 1998. I'm sorry, no one likes this movie. If you say you do, you're lying to yourself. This movie is horrible. It is peak Roland Emmerich being a terrible filmmaker. I don't want to get into this any more than I have to, but this very much just seems like Roland Emmerich hating Godzilla, not wanting to make a Godzilla movie, and just wanting to do his own thing while using the Godzilla brand. He blatantly rips off Jurassic Park throughout most of the movie, throughout like that third act with all the baby Zillas, and it just makes me angry thinking about it. You might notice how out of character this seems for me, and you would be correct. At that point in time, I was still learning how to critique a film and explain why I did or did not like it. So I resorted to using vague, hyperbolic language to get my point across. My opinion of this movie has remained the same over the years until a few weeks ago. I was bored and scrolling through HBO Max. I wasn't sure what I wanted to watch, but eventually I stumbled upon the 98 Godzilla movie. After thinking it over, I decided to give the film another watch. I was fully expecting to just laugh at it and turn it off after a few minutes, but the opposite happened. As the movie started, the memories of being a little kid and watching this movie, it slowly came rushing back. I started to remember why I loved this movie so much. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that Godzilla 1998 has one of the best first acts in blockbuster history.
What?
No, all right. I know that sounds bad.
Now, okay. Hear me out for a second. I could see you all unsubscribing and disliking. Just please give me a second. Hear me out, please. I'm being 100% serious. The film starts out with this yellow, grainy footage of French Polynesia as this old-timey patriotic music plays over the film's score by composer David Arnold. We then see footage of iguanas as the foreboding music continues to build. It's clear that something horrible is about to happen as the palm trees are wiped out and men in hazmat suits are shown. A man speaking French can be heard speaking over an intercom as we are shown iguana eggs. Finally, we see a plane flying overhead as a nuclear explosion goes off as the iguanas look on. It's one of the best opening title sequences of all time. It's equally as ominous as it is suspenseful. On top of that, it perfectly encapsulates the character of Godzilla being a metaphor for nuclear weapons. You don't need to waste time giving exposition. You just kind of see it, and it works perfectly. I wholeheartedly believe that you could put this at the start of Godzilla 2014, and it would work seamlessly. And that's because the filmmakers behind that movie literally did that. Yeah, it's kind of weird looking back on it now, because they are really similar. Both are of the same quality, in my opinion, but it's clear that the team behind the 2014 movie just went, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, I'm not saying they ripped them off. Utilizing old stock footage of nuclear testing is nothing new in monster movies. Even Toho did that back in 1955 with Godzilla Raids Again. It works as a means of easily explaining where the monster came from without needing a ton of exposition. The very last shot of the opening title sequence is a lone irradiated iguana egg. It cracks open in sync with a lightning strike. That transitions us to the cold open where a giant mysterious creature destroys a Japanese cannery ship, leaving only one survivor. The film then introduces us to our protagonist, Nick Totopoulos, played by Matthew Broderick. He's a scientist working for the US government in Chernobyl, examining the effects of radiation on wildlife, specifically worms. However, he is interrupted by a US State Department helicopter arriving, and he's informed that he's being reassigned to Panama. There, we get a really neat scene where Nick complains to Colonel Hicks that he studies worm samples, and he isn't exactly sure why he's been reassigned to Panama. He's not even sure why he's there or what the sample is.
I don't see it. Where is it? I don't see it.
This is a wildly creative shot. It's always stuck with me, and it does such a great job of showcasing the size and scale of this creature that we haven't really seen yet. As of right now, the mystery and suspense is building perfectly. Is it a little cliche? Sure. I know that Roland Emmerich gets dragged a lot for having a million different location changes in his first acts. He did it in Independence Day, he did it in The Day After Tomorrow, but I think for a film like Godzilla, it works really well. It's a great way of showing how a monster like this would affect the entire world, rather than just one country. Like, of course the United States would have their hands in every single nation trying to figure out what's going on, because, well, that's just what we do. Anyways, later on, we're introduced to more characters that will be relevant later on, and we are even shown New York City. Meanwhile, in Jamaica, Nick and his team examine another massive cannery ship that has likely been destroyed by this creature. The military believes that this is a giant dinosaur running amok, while Nick puts forth the theory that maybe this creature is an irradiated mutant of sorts. Again, the imagery and scale here is absolutely top-notch. The film is doing such a great job of making the audience just want to know what the monster looks like. The music also sells this mystery as well. At times it feels like a John Williams score. We see yet another fishing boat destroyed just off the eastern seaboard, hinting that this creature is getting closer and closer to America. The following morning, an old fisherman named Joe decides to try and catch some fish in the East River as some bums heckle him. In a sequence that was showcased heavily in the film's marketing, Joe thinks he caught a big fish, but quickly loses control of his fishing rod before seeing a massive creature coming towards him. It destroys the dock as Joe runs away from it and just barely survives with his life. In this specific sequence, the visual effects are top-notch. On top of that, the setup, the foreboding, dread of what's going to happen just drives the entire scene. I mean, you know he's not going to catch a fish, right? I think everyone kind of gets that. What makes this work so well is that it feels like a horror movie. You're almost waiting for Joe to get wiped out by this creature. And there's a reason this was featured so heavily in the marketing, because it's just awesome. This creature arrives in New York City and begins causing chaos and destroys boats, cars, and trucks. The filmmakers did a really good job of setting this up. I love the scene where all the New Yorkers feel the footsteps and look around confused before we get this incredible money shot of the creature making his way down the street. However, this is where the film really starts to go downhill, as the kaiju action is constantly being interrupted by characters doing dumb stuff that we, the audience, do not care about. For me, the movie stops being good when Hank Azaria's character is nearly stepped on by the monster. It's almost like an omen of things to come, where the film starts to prioritize gags over actual destruction, and a massive tonal shift happens. From this point onwards, Godzilla 98 becomes a confused mess, where it isn't sure if it wants to be a monster movie, or a comedy, or a Jurassic Park ripoff. We'll get more into these tonal problems later on in the video, but still, it's important to acknowledge how the first 30 minutes of this movie manages to be perfect.
Everything, down to the last minute details.
Like, it is intriguing, it is foreboding, it is suspenseful, and I don't feel like enough people talk about how good that first act really is. It's everything that a first act in a monster movie should be. Following this rampage, New York City undergoes evacuation procedures as advised by Nick, who suggests enticing the creature with a hefty pile of fish to reveal itself. However, the military's attempt to eliminate it backfires, causing more harm as the creature flees and the military accidentally blows up the Chrysler building. Nick manages to get a blood sample, revealing through a makeshift pregnancy test that the creature reproduces asexually and is gathering sustenance for its offspring. During his endeavors, Nick encounters his ex-girlfriend, Audrey Timmons, an aspiring news reporter. Audrey stumbles upon classified information and footage in Nick's temporary military setup, unraveling the mystery of the monster's origins. She steals this because she has this aspiration of broadcasting this and making it her big break. But her boss, Charles Kamen, steals the tape and claims credit for the discovery, branding the creature as Godzilla. Exposed by the tape's release, Nick is sidelined from the operation and disavows Audrey. He is then whisked away by the enigmatic French Secret Service agent, I believe it's pronounced Roche. He's a really weird character, and I'll just kind of get that out of the way. This whole movie has like really bizarre, stereotypical characters that feel like they're ripped out of The Simpsons. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that like Nancy Cartwright is in this movie, who voices Bart Simpson. And Hank Azaria is in this movie, and he voices a ton of characters on The Simpsons. It's really weird how there's a bunch of, like, Simpsons voice actors in this movie. I know this was very likely intentional, because at that point in time, The Simpsons was, like, massive. But I don't know, it just feels very distracting. Anyways, Felipe, who's the French Secret Service guy, discloses their surveillance of the events to conceal France's involvement in being responsible for Godzilla's creation. Suspecting a nest within the city, they collaborate with Nick to locate and obliterate the nest. Godzilla then reemerges, leading to Nick and Felipe's team discovering a nest of over 200 eggs in Madison Square Garden. As the eggs hatch and the offspring attack, the film quickly turns into a Jurassic Park ripoff where the Godzilla offspring feel more like velociraptors than anything else. There are some really lame bits where Nick knocks over gumballs and makes the baby Godzillas like wipe out. It's like a Home Alone ripoff. It's just really weird, and like I said, it's a tonal mess. It's supposed to be scary, but it's like they tripped over gumballs, like, haha, comedy? Amidst the chaos, Audrey and Nick reconcile, only to face the wrath of the adult Godzilla, determined to avenge its children. A frantic chase ensues through Manhattan, culminating in Godzilla getting trapped in the Brooklyn Bridge, and then it's killed by the Air Force. Okay. With Godzilla vanquished, Audrey severs ties with Kamen and departs with Nick while Felipe retrieves incriminating evidence from Animal's tape before bidding farewell. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, we see a lone egg and it like hatches and they're like, yeah, this is the dawn of a new chapter in the creature saga, but not really. I mean, there was Godzilla the Series and that kicks ass, but beyond that, a proper sequel was never made. So what happened? How did we get here? I know this video is called In Defense of Godzilla 1998, and I get it feels weird that I'm like ripping on it this much, especially considering that, you know, that's the title. But first, I feel like it's important to figure out how the film got to this point and why it's like this. So let's get into the history of this American Godzilla. Despite coming out in 1998, we have to go all the way back to 1983 when Steve Miner pitched Godzilla King of the Monsters in 3D to Toho. Miner had previously directed Friday the 13th Part 2 and Part 3, while also working on films like The Last House on the Left and the first Friday the 13th movie. Toho approved the pitch, and thus work began on the very first American Godzilla. Miner hired Fred Decker to write the film's script. Weirdly enough, Decker wasn't actually a Godzilla fan. He described the Showa-era flicks as being cheesy. As a result, the script leaned away from special effects and destruction, instead taking more inspiration from the works of Steven Spielberg, with the goal being to make this action-adventure romp more than your run-of-the-mill kaiju flick. Miner then hired William Stout to design this new version of Godzilla, and if I'm being honest, I kind of dig it. While the head is way too big and too similar to that of a T-Rex, I think it works as a unique take on the character. In my opinion, the best Godzilla design is -1, but the second best design is the Heisei era Godzilla, and that was like a couple years away at this point, so I think it works. You see, the silhouette is there. Godzilla has to have a good silhouette. If you can just show someone this, they'll be like, oh yeah, that's Godzilla. The maple leaf spines are there, which is better than the 2014 design. The posture is perfect. Granted, it is hard to tell how this would have looked on screen, as our only point of reference are these promotional pictures with very basic and not so flattering lighting. Looking at the American merchandise and artwork of Godzilla, this is actually pretty close to how your average American in the 1980s would perceive the character. So, again, since this video is filled with controversial opinions, the dislike to like ratio is going to be crazy. I'm already calling it. I like this design.
Boo this man!
In order to bring Godzilla to life, the filmmakers considered various special effects methods. Miner reached out to prominent figures in the Hollywood special effects industry, inviting many to a special screening of the original 1954 film. Rick Baker was tasked with creating an animatronic Godzilla head for the close-up shots, while Jim Danforth was slated to animate stop motion with David Allen overseeing the animation team. Most importantly, though, Miner envisioned the film to be in 3D. Despite keen interest from producers like John Peters and Keith Barish, the projected budget of $30 million made studios kind of shy away from it. They deemed it excessive for what they perceived as a children's film. By the end of 1984, faced with studio reluctance and budget constraints, Miner abandoned efforts to move the film into production. Meanwhile, Toho had independently revived the franchise by making Return of Godzilla, marking the first Godzilla film in 9 years. Nearly a decade later, in 1992, Toho sold the rights to produce an American Godzilla film to Sony Pictures Entertainment. Screenwriters Terry Rossio and Ted Elliott were enlisted to craft a script for the film, completing it by 1994. The plot follows a hostile alien race capable of engineering a biological weapon intended to obliterate life on Earth, paving the way for alien colonization. This bioweapon, would be known as the Griffin, and it arrives at a lake in Utah encased within a meteorite, dispatching probe bats to gather genetic material from Earth's diverse fauna to create a monster. Enter Godzilla, a creature forged by an ancient civilization through blending dinosaur genes to combat this imminent threat. Godzilla embarks on a journey towards the lake to thwart the meteor and probe bats. However, Godzilla's mission is thwarted when Godzilla is tranquilized and captured at the Golden Gate Bridge by the US Navy. With Godzilla neutralized, the probe bats intensify their genetic harvesting, constructing the Griffin's monstrous body. Despite efforts by the human characters to intervene, they arrive too late as the Griffin emerges, fully formed, and it sets course for New York City. In the heart of New York, Godzilla regains consciousness and confronts the Griffin in a climactic showdown. Initially hindered by a lingering tranquilizer tank, Godzilla rallies, breaks free, and turns the tide of the battle. Ultimately, Godzilla emerges victorious, vanquishing the Griffin and safeguarding Earth from impending doom. Quick side note, apparently the movie was supposed to end with the Griffin being decapitated and the head would have been on the Statue of Liberty. Director Jan de Bont, fresh off the success of Speed, took interest in the script and Sony hired him. Stan Winston was then hired to bring Godzilla, the Griffin, and the probe bats to life through practical effects. Based on what has been released, either through leaks or just the Stan Winston Studios website, I absolutely love these monster designs. Godzilla looks great here. It feels like a big dinosaur, but it's an improved version over the William Stout version from 1983. I love how aggressive the face looks. It feels like it belongs in the Heisei Gamera trilogy just based on aesthetics alone. Even then, I'm not sure if this would have been the final design. There's this one promotional image where the design looks really similar to the main Heisei era Godzilla, but regardless, it's a really solid look. The Griffin looks fantastic too. It blends fantasy and sci-fi, with the monster obviously being a nod or a callback to the Griffin from mythology. However, it also has this otherworldly presence to it. I love the hooves and I love its posture. It feels like Toho could realistically make this a man in a suit if they really wanted to put the Griffin in one of their movies. I genuinely wish I could see this monster go toe-to-toe with Godzilla. Like, I just want to know how they would fight. There's a really awesome fan animation on YouTube by Lost Utopia Films where the Griffin fights the legendary Godzilla and the 1998 Godzilla. Getting back on topic, disagreements over the budget arose swiftly. Sony deemed the Rossio and Elliott script to be way too expensive. They estimated it at around $140 to $180 million. Even after revisions, that brought it down to $120 million. Director Jan de Bont thought that it could be done for $100 million, but failed to reach a consensus. He also felt that the studio was imposing its own ideas into the script, which, that has never happened with Sony. That's out of character for Sony. I don't think I've ever seen Sony meddle with their own movies. That never happens. Jan de Bont would exit the project on December 26th, 1994. As a result, the film entered a state of development hell. Despite efforts by various writers to trim the budget, several potential directors were deterred by its challenges. That was until Independence Day director Roland Emmerich took on the Herculean task of getting this film made. He threw out Rossio and Elliott's script and worked with Dean Devlin to create their own screenplay from scratch that featured Godzilla as the antagonist. Now look, this is where we get more to the, in defense of portion of the video. I think it's safe to say that Roland Emmerich's adaptation of Godzilla took a very stark departure from its Japanese origins. I know. What? This point has never been made before. The film transplanted the iconic monster from the nuclear landscapes of Japan to the bustling urban jungle of New York City. Instead of being used as a hulking analogy for nukes, Godzilla was turned into a giant iguana of sorts that could just run really fast. This radical reimagining of Godzilla's narrative, coupled with significant altercations to the creature's appearance and behavior, set the stage for the almost immediate fan backlash that followed. One of the primary sources of discontent stemmed from the film's deviation of the core themes and cultural significance of the Japanese series. Godzilla, once a symbol of nuclear devastation and humanity's folly, was transformed into a generic monster devoid of profound symbolism, and it just didn't feel like Godzilla. As many others would say, it took the god out of Godzilla. While the original Godzilla films often explored complex themes and social commentary, people had a problem with Emmerich's adaptation prioritizing action sequences and special effects, sacrificing depth and visual extravagance. To that I say, dude, have you ever seen Godzilla vs. Megalon? Godzilla can be goofy, Godzilla can be just a big dumb action movie. It's this shift in focus alienated not only purist fans, but also general audiences seeking a more serious narrative. Moreover, the redesign of Godzilla was met with a lot of scorn. So let's get into the design now. Emmerich's original intentions with this design was to make Godzilla more of an agile character. That way there could be chase scenes in the movie. Again, look, the like to dislike ratio, there's probably 2 likes and a quadrillion dislikes, but hear me out. I don't have a problem with Godzilla running. I have no problem with there being chase scenes in a Godzilla movie. I can understand why Roland Emmerich didn't want a bunch of characters standing on a rooftop or in a laboratory watching from afar as Godzilla destroys buildings in the distance. Emmerich also stated that he wanted this version of Godzilla to be sleek and sexy. Which, no. Go take your fetishes elsewhere, bro. I don't want to see that crap. As the story goes, creature designer Patrick Tatopoulos presented some concept art and a 2-foot-tall statue to the executives at Toho during their meeting. Their aim was to pitch the Godzilla concept to then Toho chairman Isao Matsuoka, as well as Godzilla film producer Shogo Tomiyama and Godzilla special effects director Koichi Kawakita. Upon unveiling the artwork in the statue, the Toho team was just silent for several minutes. Tomiyama felt that the design presented was just so different and out there that it was impossible to make any minor adjustments. And ultimately, Toho approved the design. So what do I, a fat nerd from Wisconsin, have to say about this extremely controversial Godzilla design? It's not bad. From a strictly utilitarian storytelling standpoint, this take on Godzilla serves its purpose. I can't imagine putting any other iteration of the character in its place and having it not feel off. I really only have a few minor gripes. For starters, I don't like the hunched over posture. It's too dinosaur-like. I also wish that Godzilla had a true atomic breath. This was fixed in Godzilla the series, but it's sorely missed here. Finally, I wish that there were 3 rows of spines rather than the 2 on the left and the right with nothing in the middle. I think if there was another row in the middle with bigger spines, it would look a lot better. But beyond that, man, it's a cool monster design. It gets way too much hate. Come on, it's been a quarter of a century. Just let it go already. Sure, it's not the best Godzilla design, but it also isn't the worst. I would take this design over the 1967 Cookie Monster look and even the Singular Point design. I understand why people don't like it, and at the end of the day, this is just my opinion, but I think it's a bold and unique take on the character. Now, I'm sure a lot of Godzilla fans are well aware of the fact that this take on the character would later be turned into a new kaiju named Zilla, and this monster appeared in the 2004 film Godzilla Final Wars, where the Japanese Godzilla fights it and wins said fight in only a few seconds. Notably, in that movie, the filmmakers decided to make the CGI on Zilla look somewhat rough as a means of dunking on Godzilla 98. From my understanding, they just scanned a Trendmaster's toy and based the 3D model around that. However, I actually think that the Godzilla 1998's CG still holds up fairly well by today's standards. Sure, there are some god-awful shots here and there, but there are also some absolutely breathtaking frames that look better than some of the trailer shots from Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire. A lot of Godzilla fans like to label this movie as a CGI fest, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that the Godzilla franchise is so reliant on suitmation and practical effects. However, Godzilla 1998 features a ton of extremely impressive practical effects. The filmmakers had a practical Godzilla suit made, as well as a massive animatronic. Yeah, I ripped on the baby Godzillas for just being ripoffs of the Velociraptors from Jurassic Park, but they still look incredible. These are all practical suits with actors inside them, and let's not even forget the shots of the Chrysler Building and the Madison Square Garden exploding. Those were all done practically with miniatures, and they hold up really, really well. I understand this video is titled In Defense of Godzilla, and it's really hard to defend a movie that even the filmmakers have outright apologized for making. Screenwriter Dean Devlin said, quote, "The first mistake is that we did not commit to anthropomorphizing Godzilla, meaning we did not decide if he was a heroic character or a villainous character. We made the intellectual decision to have him be neither, and just simply an animal trying to survive. At the same time, we told the audience who these characters were. They had already made up their minds about them, and we could not change that perception. These were 2 serious mistakes in the writing of the film, and I take full responsibility." What's mostly infuriating for me as a hardcore Godzilla fan is that director Roland Emmerich even outright stated that he wasn't a Godzilla fan, saying, quote, "I was never a big Godzilla fan. They were just the weekend matinees you saw as a kid, like Hercules films and the really bad Italian westerns. You'd go with all your friends and just laugh." And in another interview, he said, "I didn't want to do Godzilla, but they made me a deal, which was unheard of, and I said, okay, let's go about this really radically. I'm not doing Big Belly Godzilla, I'm doing him as a lizard. That was supposed to tell everybody, I can't do this movie. They said, oh, we'll call this the new Godzilla, the Hollywood Godzilla. Then we can still do our fat Godzilla. I said, shit. So knowing all of this information, what is my consensus? What is my ultimate defense of Godzilla 1998? Well, I think it's an underrated blockbuster monster movie. The vitriolic reaction that people had to this movie was partially justified, but is honestly getting old after 25 years of hearing about the same complaints. I think in due time, the Godzilla fandom will start experiencing what the Star Wars fandom experienced with the prequel trilogy. Much like the 1998 Godzilla film, people hated them when they first came out. They were labeled as CGI fests, even though they featured some very impressive miniatures. But the generation that grew up with those movies loved them, and the general consensus began to change once they had a voice. Granted, I don't think people will be clamoring for Toho to let Emmerich make his planned trilogy of Godzilla films and to restore the Emmerich-verse, but it's nice seeing some people have the courage to proudly admit that they like this movie in spite of all of its apparent flaws. I am one of those people. I think that this is a seriously flawed movie, but I can't help but love it. Well, at least I love the first 30 minutes, and then after that, it's kind of whatever. But still, to sum up my thoughts, it's a decent monster flick, but it's a bad Godzilla movie. In the late 1980s and throughout the 1990s, Hollywood had a very specific reflex. If a movie was expensive, loud, and aimed at teenagers, it almost certainly came with a Saturday morning cartoon. RoboCop had one. Rambo had one. Beetlejuice had one? Toxic Avenger had one? Even properties that absolutely did not need to be softened for kids were flattened into 22-minute toy commercials with a theme song and a villain of the week. Studios wanted their blockbusters to exist everywhere at once, on lunchboxes and toy aisles, and on network television before noon on Saturday. Godzilla was not immune to this logic. When TriStar's 1998 Godzilla finally hit theaters after years of false starts and rewrites, it arrived as a full-scale Hollywood event. And it was not received well. The movie underperformed critically and it fractured the fan base almost instantly. But from a corporate standpoint, the damage control plan was already in motion. A cartoon series had been greenlit well before audiences rejected the film. Fox Kids needed content. Sony wanted to salvage the brand, and Toho was watching closely. Out of that mess came Godzilla The Series, a show that quietly did what the movie failed to do. It figured out how to make this bizarre version of Godzilla actually work. The series was developed by Jeff Kline and Richard Reynes, with animation handled by Adelaide Productions, the same studio behind Extreme Ghostbusters and Men in Black the series. Those shows understood how to take a divisive film property and reshape it into something functional, episodic, and surprisingly respectful of its source material. Godzilla the series made a clean narrative break from the movie almost immediately. Godzilla dies in the pilot, much like at the end of the movie, his offspring survives, and from there the show leans into a Monster of the Week structure anchored by Nick Totopoulos and a recurring cast that slowly expands into a global science fiction framework where alien invaders show up, mutant monsters escalate, the scope grows, and continuity actually matters for once. By late season 2, this is a serialized kaiju show wearing the skin of a Saturday morning cartoon. Before revisiting it for this retrospective, my relationship with the series was oddly distant, but positive. I didn't watch it much during its original run because I wasn't born yet. It existed in the background of Fox Kids alongside a dozen other shows competing for attention. It was just one of many Godzilla cartoons, or rather, one of two, that I was aware of as a kid. And I just didn't care. My cartoons were Regular Show and Clarence and Gumball. Years later in high school, I picked up the complete series on DVD, and it became TV that I would put on while I was doing homework. Episodes played while papers got written and notes got rewritten. The show never demanded full attention, and I think that's what really makes it work in its favor. It was a largely inoffensive Monster of the Week Godzilla series, and given the reputation of the 1998 movie, that was honestly enough for me and a lot of other Godzilla fans. Over time, affection for the show grew within the fan base. A big part of that love comes from absence. there still isn't a modern animated Godzilla series built around weekly monster battles. The anime projects are serialized, experimental, and divisive. If you want a clean episodic Godzilla fix with familiar rhythms, this is where fans end up. It fills a gap no one else has bothered to fill. The question is whether that alone is enough. Does the series hold up beyond being the default option? Is it nostalgia slop for aging millennials? Or is it absolutely peak fiction? Let's find out. This is Godzilla the Series. Godzilla the Series is a direct sequel to the '98 film, but it immediately pivots in a very different creative direction. The premise centers on the end credit kind of sequel bait teaser from the movie, where the Godzilla from the film left behind a surviving offspring. This new creature, often referred to as Godzilla Jr., imprints on scientist Nick Tatopoulos and grows into a fully realized Godzilla over the course of the series. Unlike his parent, this Godzilla is explicitly portrayed as Godzilla, rather than a scared iguana running through a city. The show follows a covert research and defense unit called Humanitarian Environmental Analysis Team, abbreviated to HEAT, which is led by Nick and backed by the US military. Their mission involves tracking, studying, and responding to emerging giant monsters across the globe. Godzilla acts as their reluctant ally, showing up when threats escalate beyond human control. Structurally, the series is just your standard Monster of the Week action show. Each episode introduces a new kaiju, often with a loose scientific or sci-fi explanation, and builds toward a climactic battle with Godzilla. Over time, recurring enemies, mutations, and larger arcs emerge, giving the show more continuity than most animated action series of its era. I think course corrections in media are one of those ideas that sound responsible on paper and routinely collapse in execution. When a creative work becomes controversial, the instinct is to panic, overcorrect, and start writing with the loudest critics in mind, rather than having a pair of balls and just pushing through. Maybe have a sense of authorship and conviction for once. A very recent and very visible example of this is Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker, a film that spends an enormous amount of energy trying to undo or soften the choices made in Star Wars: The Last Jedi. The result feels hollow, and instead of strengthening the narrative or the world or even the trilogy, the constant backpedaling fractures everything. Characters lost coherence, themes evaporated, and what remained felt like a highlight reel of crowd-pleasing gestures as opposed to an actual story that believed in itself. I bring all this up because Godzilla the Series entered production at a very similar position of cultural damage control. Godzilla '98 was very controversial in a way that went far beyond mixed reactions. For a lot of fans, it represented a fundamental misunderstanding of what Godzilla was supposed to be. The creature's design, behavior, and even its thematic role felt disconnected from the legacy built by decades of Toho films that came before it. Shortly after, the backlash was very loud and very unified. So what makes Godzilla the Series so fascinating is that it absolutely feels aware of that backlash, but it refuses to wallow in insecurity. There's a strong sense that the creative team behind it understood what went wrong and made deliberate, confident choices to steer the character back toward familiar territory without turning the show into a checklist of fan demands. This is no Rise of Skywalker, I promise. Godzilla regains his atomic breath. His intelligence and emotional presence are emphasized. His role shifts towards something closer to a guardian figure as opposed to a disposable disaster movie antagonist. The tone changes, but the show never feels embarrassed by its own existence. For me, this is where the series succeeds in a way that many course corrections failed to do so. Instead of desperately trying to erase the past, it acknowledged it and moved on. The animated series builds forward from what that foundation was. The Godzilla on screen feels closer to his Toho counterpart, not because the show is apologizing. It's not. Instead, it does the smart thing and just say, that was one version of Godzilla, here's a new version of Godzilla. Enjoy. I'll fully admit one of my more controversial takes here. I've never been particularly fond of Godzilla. The Hanna-Barbera series, not you get it. It would be really funny to just drop that statement this far into the retrospective. Like, yeah, no, actually, I hate this character that I've spent hours and hours yapping about. Growing up, I always found the 1970s cartoon to be ungodly repetitive, with monster designs that blurred together and human characters who existed largely as one-dimensional set pieces between action scenes. The structure was rigid, the personalities were thin, and very little of it stuck with me beyond the novelty of Godzilla being in a cartoon. But Godzilla the Series feels like a direct rebuttal to that viewing experience. The monster designs are actually inventive and memorable, often leaning into strange sci-fi concepts that feel pulled from classic pulp as opposed to recycled molds, or, oh look, it's just a giant bird, or oh, it's a giant statue. Here, each creature has a clear identity and presence. The human cast actually looks and feels distinct from one another, both visually and in how they behave. Their dialogue carries personality, their reactions feel human, their relationships evolve in ways that matter to the story being told. They feel like real people. More than anything, it feels like the series is made by people who genuinely love Godzilla, monster movies, and science fiction. There's enthusiasm baked into every single cell of animation. You get this sense of curiosity about what the genre can do, as opposed to just being obliged to replicate what came before. I think they nailed it right off the bat with one of the hardest intro sequences ever put on weekday television, and I don't think that gets emphasized enough. Lost Utopia Films made a really awesome recreation of this in Blender. Go check that out, it rules. From the first ominous notes of the score, the show establishes a tone that refuses to talk down to its audience. The music does a massive amount of heavy lifting, it's foreboding without being gloomy or too aggressive. There's a real sense of propulsion to it, like the show is already in motion before the episode truly starts. The montage is ruthless. I love how the monsters flash across the screen in rapid succession, with each one being so distinct and grotesque. It's one of the best, I guess you could say, opening theme songs, but it's not, whatever, best intros to any cartoon, maybe ever. Besides, like, Evangelion and, like, South Park. I'm not going to go episode by episode because that would take way too long, but I will be going over my absolute favorite episode, which is Monster Wars, Part 1 and 2. In Part 1, Heat's surveillance of Godzilla is interrupted when unexplained alien signals begin causing equipment failures and sharp personality shifts within the team. Trust breaks down, arguments escalate, and the group splinters. At the same time, a new monster threat emerges overseas, as a massive bat creature devastates rural regions. Evidence slowly surfaces that the US military has recovered alien technology, and that key personnel are being subtly influenced. Godzilla confronts the bat and drives it off, though the encounter makes it clear the creature is being remotely controlled. In Part 2, the situation worsens as more monsters are revealed to be under coordinated external control. Heat uncovers an alien operation actively restoring its systems, using compromised scientists and military leadership. During an infiltration, the team witnesses the return of the original Godzilla, rebuilt as a mechanized enforcer. Godzilla hesitates when faced with this resurrected predecessor, giving the aliens an opening to briefly dominate him as well. With control fully established, the aliens deploy multiple monsters toward major population centers across the globe. Finally, in Part 3, global destruction is underway as the alien invasion fleet closes in. While imprisoned, Heat determines that the monster's behavior is tied to a single long-range transmission. By sabotaging this link, they restore the creature's autonomy. The freed monsters immediately recognize the aliens as intruders and begin attacking them. Godzilla ultimately rejects alien influence, confronts the cybernetic Godzilla, and wins. With their forces collapsing, the aliens withdraw from Earth. The remaining monsters survived but are rendered inactive, leaving the military to relocate them to isolated regions for containment and study. Monster Wars Parts 1, 2, and 3 feel like the creative team finally exhaling and saying, okay, now we're going to make the most action-packed Godzilla story of all time. The ambition here lines up directly with what it's essentially remaking, and that's 1968's Destroy All Monsters. You get what could be a very tired plot beat of aliens manipulating monsters to do their evil bidding. When has that ever been done in a Godzilla movie? I know, crazy, right? These are admittedly foundational Toho ideas, and the series commits to them without any hesitation. I think the medium of animation is the secret weapon here, because Destroy All Monsters had the ideas, but not the resources. With that movie, you can tell that they didn't have a ton of money. They had to limit monster interactions. There was constant cutting away from monster stuff. And in general, there's this sense that the movie wants to show you more, but it physically can't. Monster Wars has none of those limitations. Monsters appear across the globe without compromise, their movements feel intentional instead of constrained. The TV show finally delivers on the promise those late Showa-era Godzilla movies made, but could never fully cash in on. I admit it too, it's just cool as shit seeing the original 1998 Godzilla appear. It's great stuff. I'm a sucker for it. Looking at the big picture, Godzilla the series succeeds where so many monster shows stumble because it actually understands the job of its human characters. They are not filler. They are not there to stall until Godzilla shows up. They exist to make the monster of the week structure function without feeling disposable or repetitive. The writing treats them as the engine of the show as opposed to just an obligation, because we need to have human characters. The Heat team works because they feel competent and human at the same time. Nick's bond with Godzilla gives the series an emotional through line without turning him into some chosen one cliche. This series remains one of the strongest examples of how to do Godzilla in an ongoing format, and frankly, I wish the Monsterverse would have taken more notes from this series. Smart human characters keep the narrative moving, original monsters keep the world interesting, and Godzilla anchors everything without suffocating it or taking away too much focus. It's hard to find balance like that in kaiju media, and the show earns every bit of praise that it gets for pulling it off. And with all of that out of the way, that is the end of my Godzilla Heisei era retrospective video. This was a lot. It really was. I did not expect to have so much to say on one specific era of Godzilla, arguably almost as much as I had to say about the Showa era, which had double the amount of films. But regardless, I am very happy that this era is over and done with. If you're curious to see my thoughts on the Showa era and, the movies that came before this one, that compilation is already out on the channel. Go check that out. And if you want to see my thoughts on the Monsterverse movies, you can go and see those as well. They are all in a playlist on this channel called The Ultimate Godzilla Retrospective. I want to kind of take some time out of this video now to give an update on the channel, what I'm going to be doing, what I'm going to be focusing on from here on out, since I know a lot of you are expecting me to go into the Millennium movies, Godzilla 2000, MechaGodzilla, GMK, the Kiryu Saga, and Final Wars. Not yet. We're going to wait on that. I thought a lot about this, and I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's a lot to make these retrospectives on a weekly basis, to do the research that I do, to write as much as I am. I mean, I'm writing 3,000 words a day sometimes just to get some of these videos out, get a draft done. It's a lot. I work full time. I have other responsibilities outside of YouTube, and I just don't want to burn myself out. I don't want to get to that point where this becomes something I hate doing. Not that I am, I'm just saying I feel like it's going to get to that point if I keep doing this ad nauseum. So we're going to pivot a little bit. I'm going to be making gradually throughout the year Ultraman retrospectives, starting with Ultra Q and then kind of moving show by show throughout the Showa era. And then once we get to like the 90s stuff and the 2000s, I'm going to kind of just consolidate each of it by one decade in one video, because I don't have as much to say, to be honest. And so it's just kind of like, we'll just move through those eras as quickly as possible since I'm not too invested in them. I don't have too much to say. Like I said, these are retrospectives, and I didn't actually see a lot of them, so if anything, that's going to be more of like a first impressions kind of video. But those are going to be infrequent. They're not going to be like the Godzilla ones, where every week you can expect to see them. Instead, we're going to experiment. First, we're going to finish the Gamera ones. Once Gamera is done, then we're going to experiment. That means more short films. I'm going to start doing videos covering my favorite bands, going album by album throughout their history and talking about why I love them. I'm going to be talking more about movies that aren't necessarily giant monster movies. We're going to be expanding out beyond what I've been doing for the past 2 years. Obviously, there will still be giant monster movies being talked about on this channel. I really want to talk about Pacific Rim 1 and 2 and cover those in depth since I love those movies. I kind of want to cover all the King Kong movies in depth. I think that'd be kind of fun. But otherwise, like, there are other movies I want to talk about. On St. Patrick's Day, I want to make a video where I talk about the Leprechaun movies with Warwick Davis. Like, I want to do an in-depth deep dive on those because they are so fascinating and so funny to me. They're just such an oddity. In April, my band, we're dropping our first ever album. And so I'm going to post some music videos to the channel. Going to give you guys a taste of what we're working on over in that department. So there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot more different, unique content being posted than what you might normally be used to on here. If you're just here for the Godzilla stuff, I completely understand. I'm not trying to say, watch this or you're not a fan of me. I love and respect you regardless of whatever you decide to watch on here. At the end of the day, I just want to make what I want to make. And the Godzilla stuff, I want to just wait a little bit until we get closer to the release of Godzilla Minus Zero and Godzilla X Kong Supernova. Once we get to kind of like that release cycle, I feel like that'd be the perfect time to post these massive retrospectives. Because trust me, the Final Wars retrospective is going to be so in-depth because I love that movie so much. Now, if you want to hear my thoughts on those movies and you don't want to wait for me to make a scripted video talking about it, go to the J&Z Productions YouTube channel. I talked with Zeth on there all about those movies in depth. So yeah, if you want something unscripted, go check that out. You're going to hear all my thoughts on each and every movie. It's kind of like a teaser to what each retrospective is going to say. They're very funny. They're not like this. They're very informal, but I think you'll dig it. I'm also working on a feature film called This Town Does Not Exist. There are going to be stop motion elements to this, CGI, practical effects. It's a cosmic horror story. So I'm also going to be taking time away from the channel to work on that as well. In fact, all of these videos I've been making have been sort of filmed weeks before, and I'm actually working on that movie right now. As this is being posted, I'm probably filming as you're watching this. That's just the reality of it. So expect to see a teaser for that pretty soon. Channel update aside, thank you so much for making it all the way through this video. 2025 was an incredible year. We hit 50,000 subscribers, which is fucking insane to think about. I make videos in my literal bedroom, right? This is where I sleep. This bed is where I sleep. And it's like I edit my videos right over there. It's just like 2 feet away from me. The fact that I have an audience is crazy. The fact that people watch my stuff, to me, is mind-blowing. I am so happy. I am so grateful. You guys mean the world to me. I really do mean that. I just, like, as a kid, this was always a dream of mine, to make YouTube videos, to have people, you know, engage with what I make. And it's so cool that we're building a community here. And I can't wait to see what 2026 has to offer. So, sincerely, thank you so much. On screen, we have our channel members. If you would like to support the channel, support the stuff I do, videos just like this, become a channel member. It's $1.99 a month. You get early access to select videos, behind-the-scenes updates, all types of stuff. There's members-only videos, you name it. Otherwise, thank you again for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out.